Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Byron Hickey, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff. District 3, Toya Tucker. District 4, Charmaine Crabb. District 5, Gary Allen. District 6, Joanne Kogel. District 7, Walker Garrett. District 8, Judy Thomas. District 9, At-Large Council, Travis Chambers. District 10, At-Large Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council.
I want to welcome everybody. We've got a full house today, and we've got a lot of business to transact, and we're delighted that you're here as we do so. First thing first, we'll start as we always start our meetings, and that's by asking God's presence here. And I would like to ask Jimmy Elder from First Baptist to come forward, please, sir. Pastor Elder, if you would hit that button on there, I'll try to turn your light on. That's good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the privilege of offering a prayer for you this morning as you begin your deliberations. Would you bow with me as we pray? Thank you, Lord, for gifting us with this wonderful community. Thank you for the people that are a part of it and for the blessings that we have, for those that influence our lives and those that touch us in beautiful ways. We thank you for those who serve, and we pray your blessings upon them, upon all that takes place in this chamber. And we pray that you will offer guidance and grace and your care. We pray your blessings upon Columbus, Muskogee County. Bless us all, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Jimmy, thank you, sir, for all you do and all your church does, too, in the city of Columbus. So thank you very much. If you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're going to go just a little bit out of order on my agenda this morning. We're going to call up item 7 of the resolution appointing a clerk of council for Columbus, Georgia for the remainder of a 2-year term. And to do so, I'm going to call on the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my privilege to, as we always do, nominate a clerk for council. As most of you know, we lost Sandra Davis a few weeks ago, who had just been a stalwart in our clerk office and worked here for many, many years. The one legacy she left was she trained her staff to step in. And the committee did a search and reported that they are placing in nomination Lindsay McLemore for the clerk of council. And I'm read this resolution. The resolution appointing the clerk of council for Columbus, Georgia for the remainder of a term of 2 years. Now, therefore, the council of Columbus, Georgia hereby resolves we hereby appoint Lindsay G. McLemore as clerk of council for Columbus, Georgia at a salary of $89,513.58, pay grade 131, to serve for a remainder of the current term of 2 years to the end at first council meeting in January 2027. I move the adoption.
Motion second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ms. McLemore, congratulations, ma'am. Lindsay, I know your family is here. You want to take the handheld mic and introduce them?
Good morning, everyone. Here I have my husband, Brian, our daughter, Madison, and my stepmother, Becky, the Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. Council, I had many words for y'all this morning, but it kind of makes me speechless. I've spent 17 years with the city. I've served in 3 different departments, and I feel like all of my hard work and dedication has finally paid off. I appreciate your trust in me with this huge responsibility. And I'm gonna try not to get emotional. To follow someone like Sandra, it means a lot. So we will continue to build on the foundation that she set for us, and we promise that we'll make you proud. So thank you.
Well, Lindsay, congratulations, and I tell you, you have earned the opportunity, and we're delighted to have you serve not only the City Council, but also the citizens of Columbus, Georgia. All right, next we'll pull up item number 8. It's a resolution appointing the Deputy Clerk of Council for Columbus, Georgia, and I'm going to call on Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. It has been my pleasure, along with Bruce Huff and Joanne Kogel, to work on this process. These women are so wonderful. Just, they're loyal, they're dedicated, they're hard workers, and their precision, their need for precision is what we need in these roles. And I'm just so proud of both of them. And so I will read this into the record. A resolution appointing the Deputy Clerk of Council for Columbus, Georgia for the remainder of the term of 2 years. Now therefore, the Council of Columbus, Georgia hereby resolves, we hereby appoint Tamika Colbert as Deputy Clerk of Council for Columbus, Georgia at a salary of $48,049.79, pay grade 122, to serve the remainder of the current term of 2 years to end at the first council meeting in January 2027. I make the motion that we accept this resolution.
Motion and a second to approve the resolution. Are there any discussion on that? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Ms. Tamika. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I too am a little emotional, so please excuse me. I want to first start by thanking God. I thank God for entrusting me with this position. I'm a believer. I believe in God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. And not only am I a believer, I have surrendered my life to Him. And so this is what He has chosen for me. I myself would have chosen to have a restaurant or a bakery by now, but that's not what He's chosen, so I'm gonna walk the path that He's leading me on. Amen. I wanna say congratulations to the new clerk, Lindsay. She and I have worked together for many years, and we work well together, and we have a great team, and we will continue to work in that fashion under our new leadership. I want to thank my family. My husband is here, my daughter, my mom, my brother, my stepfather. They're all here in support. God has blessed me with a solid support system. And I cannot exit this podium without recognizing my dear friend, my former boss, Sandra Davis. If you attended her homegoing ceremony, you would have heard me speak about who she was to me. And she was a great friend. She was a great supporter. She was always there for me. And so I just thank God for her. I thank God for this opportunity. And I thank you all for allowing me this moment. And I thank you all for your vote.
Councilor Huff?
Good morning. I'm sorry, I'm just walking in. Congratulations to you both, the clerk and the deputy clerk. If you would register my vote, please, for the clerk. I missed that part, to wish you well. It's been a real joy watching you all grow over the years and do what you do, and the friendship that has come with that. So continue to stay close and do what you do, and I'm sure we're a bunch of rowdy people up here to keep up with, but do your best. And I thank you for all you do, and congratulations.
Well, council has a tremendous amount of confidence in the two of you, and you both earned this opportunity, and we appreciate it. To the families, we thank you for your support of these ladies that have enabled them to move into a position to take care of the citizens of Columbus. So thank you. All right. We'll move on. The next item, we have a number, we need to approve the minutes for February 25th meeting. Motion second to approve the minutes. Any edits, any conversation regarding those minutes? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. All right, and we're going to pull up one of the proclamations for Catherine Biggers Trotter Day. So we'd like to ask Ms. Trotter to come forward to the podium, and I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem if he will do the honors.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ruthie, I'm sorry.
And when I first started serving on council, I had the pleasure of serving with Mayor Pro Tem A.J. McClung. And one term he used to use a lot is proper and fitting. And this is long overdue, but it is proper and fitting to recognize Ms. Trotter for her leadership. I mean, it seems like every committee I went to, every meeting I went to, she was there leading a group. But it's a pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas Catherine Biggers Trotter is a lifelong resident of Columbus, Georgia, and whereas after graduating from UGA, Catherine followed her love of government and politics to Washington, D.C., in Congressman Jack Brinkley's office, working her way up to press secretary. And whereas Catherine worked several decades at Brookstone School, her alma mater, creating many programs from fundraising to speech programs for students to outreach programs for our students to volunteer in meaningful ways throughout Columbus. And whereas Catherine led Brookstone to sponsor a school in Liberia as part of a student exchange program. And whereas Catherine serves on the boards of First Presbyterian Church and Historic Columbus and loyally supports the missions of Safe House and Valley Rescue Mission. And whereas Catherine is a true servant leader who touches the lives of so many and deserves recognition for her constant and significant lifetime of leadership in our community. Now, therefore, our mayor, Skip Henderson of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, as Catherine Biggers Trotter Day.
Thank you so very much. This means the world to me. My community means the world to me. But I had the privilege of working with Ms. Davis because I serve on the tree board, and the influence of someone who stays with you for a lifetime. I want to attribute this recognition to someone who has stayed with me for a lifetime. Many of the people in this room know the influence of a teacher. My teacher, Nan Pate, influenced me 50 years ago when I was a student at Brookstone School, and she continues to influence me today. We've gone from pupil and teacher to friends, and very close friends, and I'm grateful for her life and the way she's influenced me. And if I could just have the people in the room who have been taught by Ms. Pate, raise their hand or stand up. Thank you, Kim. Stand up. You see, that influence is pretty broad. Thank you for this honor. I'm not sure it's very well deserved, but I continue to be committed to Columbus, Georgia. Thank you.
Ms. Tribe, you would come up and let me present. Shared with Ms. Trotter that during Women's History Month, it is entirely appropriate to recognize her and the lives that she's touched. And Ms. Pate, you never know how far out those ripples go, do you? We appreciate you too as well. All right, we'll move on to the next proclamation is being issued. Councilor Chambers will read it into the record for Pie Week. I think Ashley Becker from Columbus Chamber of Commerce is here. Councilor Chambers.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Becker.
Good morning.
All right, thank you so very much for all that you do. To me, Partners in Education is crucial for creating a supportive and enriching learning environment that leads to improved student outcomes and overall community development. So I've had an opportunity to be a partner, and I know how impactful it is to our schools. So I would like to read this proclamation to you. Whereas Partners in Education is celebrating its 38th anniversary in Columbus, and whereas Partners in Education was founded with the goal of enhancing community engagement with the Muskogee County School District and schools throughout the greater Columbus region, and whereas this engagement includes partnerships from every walk of life, businesses, churches, civic clubs, post-secondary institutions, and military units, united in their goal of supporting our communities, young people, and whereas the 2024-25 Partners in Education theme, Game Changers, encourages partnerships to build their activities to build and expose our area students to these crucial skills and opportunities. And whereas these partnerships provide countless volunteer hours and significant financial support to the schools in the greater Columbus region, and whereas the City of Columbus recognizes the dedication of the hundreds of organizations participating in Partners in Education every year throughout our school districts. Now, therefore, I, B.H. Skip Henderson, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim March the 10th through 14th, 2025 as Partners in Education Week. Thank you.
I have it. Did you want to say anything?
Thank you all so very much on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and Partners in Education for our region. Anyone listening, if you're not currently a partner with a school, we have many, many deserving schools in our area that could use your support, whether it be reading to students or financially supporting. There is a way to serve in whatever capacity you're able to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on up. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor, well, I lost you. Councilor Tucker, hang on. There we go.
They left so quick. But I wanted to say thank you to Ashley, and I appreciate all the work that you do for Partners in Education. But I also wanted to show you something. On Saturday, we meet our American Legion Post 33. And I would like, we are Partners in Education. I would like our Post 33 members to stand up But if you are a pie, post 333. So they put in countless hours for so many schools within our school district, but I'm sure it's other people in here that are part, hopefully, that are part of Partners in Education. But I just wanted to tell them thank you, because on Saturday we spoke for about 30 minutes about things that we do for our schools and Partners in Education. And I don't know if Willie is here, but I know he's asking for them $2. But thank you all, I appreciate you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ashley, thank you all very much for what you do. All right, the next proclamation is in recognition of Let's Read Muskogee. Brandy Tolbert from the Literacy Alliance is here, and Councilor Huff will read this. If you'd hit your light, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good. I'm grateful to be chosen to read this morning. My mother was a high school educator, English teacher for 40 years in the system. But reading was something that was stressed in the household at a very young age. So between all of the playing outside, the books were important, so I had to read. So it became an issue of books and sports. So I had to be pretty decent in the books in order to participate in sports.
That's right.
So reading takes you to everything that we do, including this morning. So the proclamation reads, whereas Literacy Alliance has been an integral part of the Columbus community since 1990. And through this organization, Columbus was named the first certified literate community in Georgia in 1999. Whereas Literacy Alliance continues to address the gaps in literacy services in the Chattahoochee Valley region and highlights the importance of reading and learning for the entire family, emphasizing the impact that parents have on their child's learning. And whereas parents are their children's earliest and most continuous teachers and play a critical role in their children's development and school success from conception. And whereas it is documented that reading skills help children build vocabulary and that limited vocabulary is often a characteristic of at-risk youth. And whereas individuals with inadequate literacy skills are more likely to be among the unemployed or underpaid with limited chance of upward mobility. Low literacy skills have a direct impact on crime, recidivism, poverty, teenage pregnancy, and substance abuse. And whereas families benefit from learning together and being involved in literacy and educational activities at home, at school, and in the community. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as Let's Read Muskogee Month. Congratulations.
I do want to share a little bit of information with y'all. As you know, Literacy Alliance is a proud PIE partner, so that's why I came up here and joined with Ashley. This is the 9th year community stakeholders come together to promote healthy literacy habits for youth and their families. This initiative began in 2016 with the Young Child Wellness Council. This council was developed by a very influential group with a project launch grant with the Department of Health. I joined the group in 2017. I loved the collaboration, what was going on. I even became the co-facilitator. We did things like Help Me Grow events at the Trade Center, a literacy symposium at Columbus State, classroom and daycare visits for Read Alouds on Fort Benning and throughout Columbus. There was a pediatrician staff always available and a part of the council who were involved in giving away books during Read Across America Week. I have one of my volunteers who was reading at South Columbus here with me today. Some of the pediatrician office even became Reach Out and Read partners to share important milestone and development tips along with books for each well child visit. This was great. And then I just want to give you some information on what's going on. We had our kickoff with the author who taught us American Sign Language at the Columbus Brown Bookshop beginning on March 1st. Last week, we gave away books and did read-alouds at South Columbus. I gave away books at Brewer, Fox, and then also Child Development Center with ESP. Even in Chatco, they invited me to come out to their literacy night and share some information. Last week, we also installed a community book nook in Quitman County at their Head Start. So it expands beyond Muskogee County throughout the Chattahoochee Valley. We'll have another community book nook coming up this month with Daily Blessings Academy. That's a new daycare on South Lumpkin Road. And then I'll pass out some information out here for you for the film screening. We're showing the film Sentence that really tells the story of 4 or 5 different families of how the effects of illiteracy is. And so this showing is happening March 20th at Columbus Tech. It'll start at 5:30. Of course, we'll have an open reception. So when you get off work, come get some goodies and then sit down and just see how literacy really affects different families. It doesn't matter your generation. It doesn't matter your age, your race. But if you do not have that strong literacy foundation at the beginning, it could profound effects for the rest of that child's life. And also affects the community that we live in. But then last but not least, on the 24th, we'll have literacy fundraising night at Mellow Mushroom, and all that information can be found at our website. If you want tickets for the screening, you can go to our website or our social media pages. It's also on givebutter.com/LRM for Let's Read Muskogee. Thank you all.
And Brandy, the Literacy Alliance does such great work, and Read Across America, I have people ask me all the time how they can get involved in helping in the community. They haven't really gotten involved in organizations. I always tell them, call your office or call just one of the elementary schools and start getting involved by reading to some of these kids, especially all the way down to pre-K. I mean, their faces light up. They just get so excited when an adult they don't know comes in and reads to them, and it makes a difference in that child's life. So I would urge you, if you're looking for a way to get involved, put a toe in the water, go read to a bunch of kids at an elementary school. And thank you for what you do. Come up here and let me give you your proclamation. All right, and the next proclamation we have is in recognition of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Awareness. And we've got Councilor Hickey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
Will everybody come up? Is Ms. Wade and Ms. Everett here? Chloe, come on up also. And everybody else. Good morning to everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to read this proclamation. Before I read it, though, I'd just like to say that I worked with the city for over 30 years and in law enforcement. And when I left the city, I became a part of New Horizon, is my current work family now. And being a part of a mental health program company and seeing all the great work that you all do in the community is amazing. And I'd just like to say thank you to the great leadership of our CEO, Ms. Andrea Winston, and all of you standing here today. A lot of people don't know and understand and realize all of the hard work that goes into caring for people, being a caregiver. And we have a lot of locations where when I drive around to check on them, I tell our employees all the time how much we appreciate what they do. because when you're caring for people that can't care for themselves, it's so important to know that you are appreciated. So on behalf of New Horizon, I just want to say thank you for all that y'all do. And I will now read the proclamation. Whereas President Ronald Reagan in 1987 established March as Intellectual and Development Disability Awareness Month to increase public awareness of the needs and the potential of Americans with developmental disabilities, and to provide the encouragement and opportunities they need to lead productive lives and to achieve their full potential. And whereas around 7 million people in the U.S. currently have an intellectual or development disability, and whereas community service boards are a large provider of adult development disability services in the United States, in the state of Georgia, and New Horizon Behavior Health is the community service board providing development disability services to over 100 adults in our region. And whereas the community has the responsibility to support inclusion of people with intellectual and development disabilities in all facets of community life, as well as awareness of the barriers that people with disabilities still sometimes face in connecting to the communities in which they live. And whereas we recommit our community to increasing awareness and inclusion of individuals living with an intellectual and development disability, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people living with an intellectual and development disability at all stages of their lives. Now, therefore, I, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as Intellectual and Development Disability Awareness Month. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for that. My name is Joanne Mosley. I'm the Developmental Disability Coordinator for New Horizons. We're here with our executive leaders and also our DD team, and also some of our individuals that are in our program. Thank you so much for this honor. It does kick off DD Awareness Month for us. We're hoping to have some events so we can celebrate our individuals. And right now, I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
Yeah, I want everybody to introduce themselves.
My supervisor is looking at me.
Thank you. I'm Karen Cotton Everett. I'm the clinical director for New Horizons, and this is always a wonderful month for us and a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Denise Wade McLeod. I have the pleasure of serving as the Chief Operating Officer of of New Horizons. And I just want to thank, on behalf of Ms. Winston, the City Council and all of our partners in Columbus. Thank you so much. It takes a community.
That's right.
It takes a village to do what we all do. And New Horizons, we greatly appreciate the recognition and all that you do. So thank you.
My name is Angelina Diaz, and I love New Horizon, and I like the trips and everything we do, and singing for the talent show, so thanks for everything.
My name is Tracy Lewis. I'm a social service technician supervisor at New Horizons Behavior Health.
My name is Tyrone Bailey. I got to work, got to clean, I got to do everything.
My name is Andre Denard. I thank God. One of God see me and gave me this word today. I need some support for some people to represent me, represent me as a person.
Amen.
And I'm Chloe Landreth. I do marketing and outreach, and thank y'all for your support today.
Don't forget Susan Gallagher.
Also, I see.
Lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, I see Miss Susan. Come on around, have a word with us, if you don't mind.
While Susan's coming around, I would be remiss in not recognizing our amazing IDD staff. They serve our most fragile and neediest population, but congratulations to y'all. It's a well-deserved recognition. They do an amazing job, so I thank them very much.
Morning. I was trying to stay behind the scenes. I guess that's not possible. But I started working at Susan Gallagher, New Horizons Behavioral Health. I started working at New Horizons over 22 years ago. And one of the first locations they took me to was our Columbus Day Services Center, where adults with intellectual and development disabilities learn life skills, but more importantly, they're just wrapped in love and care by the staff. And I thought to myself, when I was looking at all the individuals that were working there and the people that were caring for them, what a great country we live in. Some other countries, people would be shunned, locked away in a home, but here in America, we realize the importance and worth of everybody that makes up our community. And that's what Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month makes us celebrate and realize, that no matter what level of citizen you are, what your intellectual capabilities are, you're all part of this country, you're all part of the fabric of the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Tucker.
I actually had mine for the proclamation, but
Okay.
I would say thank you for all you do, and I appreciate you opening your doors and letting us have that tour and presentation and hearing from some of the families and members that was real special. It really was, so thank you.
Y'all all want to come around, let us thank you and shake your hand. Can't wait for you to sing. We need to come to the table. Good job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Did y'all continue the show? Okay.
Good. There's so many good programs that are offered throughout our community, and we don't often hear about them. If you haven't had an opportunity to tour the Day Center, I would urge you to do so and take a look at the great job that the folks from New Horizons are doing. So, all right, and next we've got Councilor Tucker with the Women's History Month proclamation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for taking the time to actually help in putting this Women's History Month proclamation. I appreciate it, and I'm sure all the women that are here today will appreciate it as well. This, even though I'm reading it into record, is for all of you who are here today. So this is your month, Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month traces its beginning back to the first International Women's Day in 1911. And whereas in February 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued a presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8th, 1980 as National Women's History Week. And whereas in 1987, Congress designated the month of March 1987 as Women's History Month. and authorize the president to proclaim March of each year as Women's History Month. And whereas we honor the contributions and achievements of women throughout history and highlight the ongoing struggles for gender equality. And whereas women have played a vital role in shaping our nation's history, contributing to every aspect of society from politics and science to arts and culture. And whereas Women's History Month encourage us to celebrate the achievements of trailblazing women who have broken barriers and shattered stereotypes, inspiring future generations to pursue their dreams and aspirations. And whereas Women's History Month provides a platform to highlight the achievements of women from diverse backgrounds, ensuring that their stories and experiences are recognized and celebrated. Now, therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as Women's History Month. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilor, for reading that into the record. All right, and I think that wraps up the, well, no, I'm sorry, I've got a presentation on the mayor's agenda. I almost forgot. I apologize. We've got an update on some of the great things going on over at MCP. Warden Herbert Walker is here, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to share some of the things that are happening. You know, the Muskogee County Prison is part of our public safety continuum, and some of the activities that are being conducted in the prison and in with partnership with Columbus Technical College are help keeping these folks from coming back into prison again. So, Warden, thank you for being here this morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of council, members of the public. Sir, if you don't mind, I would like to ask my team to come up with me.
Yes, sir.
A lot of them got up early and wanted the chance to be recognized, so if the MCP team will come on up.
And Warden, you're so tall, you may want to straighten that microphone up.
Yes, sir.
So we can hear you. There you go. Thank you.
All right, is that better? So as they're coming up, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I don't want to keep you long, but I've been here now for 3 years, and my two marching orders that stuck with me ever since I've been here were how would I change the public perception of prison and inmate labor, and how we would increase staff morale. These folks that I got behind me, I don't care what it is, I don't care where I go. We have our growing pains, but this is one of the best teams I've ever been a part of. And every chance I have the opportunity to recognize them, I make sure I do. Overview of MCP, I'm the warden, Herbert Walker. I have 117 full-time employees, average daily population of 546. Typically, we send about 200 inmates out to work in the city. All kind of details. This team behind me coordinates it. Our day starts at about 2 o'clock in the morning for breakfast, getting inmates ready, and 4 o'clock getting them ready to go out to work. We have 528 inmates assigned from the Department of Corrections, and we also house 48 inmates from the city of Columbus. We provide medical service, food services, telephone services, and commissary services to the 576 inmates we have incarcerated at the facility. Correct Health is our medical provider. Aramark is our food service provider. Stewart Commissary provides the commissary for the offenders. What you see before you is a green space. This is the birth child of our food service vendor. We have started a new program for the offenders to get their Safe Serve certification. Our vendors have volunteered to create this green space for the staff to take their breaks, to provide their meals, and give them a break away from the hustle and bustle of dealing with 576 incarcerated offenders. This is in the works, and we're looking forward to this coming into fruition. The Interwork program, as I stated, the certification is SafeServe. It's a 6 to 8 week course with 12 classes, and the offenders have to take a final exam to get this certification. I'm not going to read all of this, but this is just the overview of the program. Kitchen Basics, SafeServe Manager, 2 to 3 hour week, and it's a 6 to 8 week course. Programs offered. I would like to ask my newly approved Deputy Warden of Administration to come up. Ms. Beecham, back here somewhere. Oh, she was hiding on me. She is now in charge of all of these programs. And Mr. King, who is here somewhere, has passed the baton to her. So I will ask her to discuss the programs that we offer.
All right, currently we're offering Motivation for Change, which is a program that consists of about 5 sessions, just teaching the offenders the steps towards changing. We've got 440 offenders that have completed over the past few years. We have the OJT program, which is on-the-job training. A lot of our offenders go out to details each and every day, and while they go out, they're given that opportunity to earn skills. That's a training that's offered through Middle Georgia Technical College. And for each detail they have, there are several different skills that they can get, be it groundskeeping, inside details, outside details, laundry, food service. All those are different programs that they can get. So at the same time that we're allowing them to work on outside details, they're also getting skills for those things that they can use when they return to the community. We have a welding certification program right now offered through Columbus Tech. We've had cohort after cohort of classes this year. We're currently in our 3rd session where offenders are getting the opportunity to do AWS welding certification. We teach reentry to the offenders, where we look at the barriers that they need to overcome prior to coming back to the community. We try to address those barriers now so that when they come back, that's one less thing they have to worry about when they enter into the community. Our moral recognition therapy program, we've graduated 10 offenders. That's a lengthy program that just discusses different cognitive skills for the offenders, changing their mindset, how they think so they can make better decisions once they re-enter the community. So that's another program that we offer, along with the OSHA certification program, which is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. We've got those programs ongoing. Over this current year, we've had back-to-back programs, especially in forklift safety, OSHA, and welding. So we're doing a lot out there at Muskogee County Prison to get these offenders prepped and ready to try to change their mindsets, to give them the tools that they need so they don't return back to prison.
Our GED program, we have 30 inmates that have received their GEDs. GED class is held on Monday and Wednesday evenings, and we continuously do offer GED testing. Mr. King? This is a retired Deputy Warden of Administration, Mr. Daniel King, and he also midnights as our GED instructor. He has been teaching GED at the facility probably almost 20 years. Last year, Muskogee County Prison was recognized for obtaining the most GEDs in the state of Georgia from any county camp, and this fellow to my left is responsible for getting them ready for it and having them ready for testing. So we were recognized, and we want to thank him for his hard work. I see him more now that he's retired than I did when he was there, but we just want to recognize Mr. King for his hard work, and he's still teaching GED class for us, and so we appreciate him for that. Forklift safety training that Deputy Warden Beecham just mentioned. The offenders, we actually take them over to the Columbus Tech campus where they have the equipment at with two guards to make sure security is sufficient. Deputy Warden Thomas. He's responsible for ensuring that the community is safe when we send offenders out. We have offenders that goes over to the Columbus Tech campus during the day where there's not a lot of students. Majority of the classes are geared toward night classes. So Deputy Warden Thomas oversees the security of the facility as well as when we have inmates going out to the campus. So thank him for that. The dog training program, we still have that in the back of our minds. We have been in discussion with some of those in the state that's willing and want to bring that program to the facility. So we'll keep that in the back of our minds if the opportunity presents itself. Commercial cleaning, carpentry class, Georgia Legal Services actually comes into the facility when the inmate's about 60 to 90 days out from going home and provide them with assistance obtaining medical services. If they need to get on food stamps, if they need to get a license, if they need to get a phone, interview skills, so on and so forth, they come and assist the offenders before they're released. This is just a compilation of photos. If you're in the facility, and if you have visited the facility, I know Councilor Coble has been there, Councilor Crabb, Councilor Tucker, City Manager, Mayor, some of the others. The facility is going to be clean. It's going to be orderly. We make sure they act like they want to be seen, for lack of a better term. They behave themselves. And the team behind me make sure that happens. They're going to be respectful. They're going to be learning. We have changed this into a program facility for what we have, and we will continue to do so. Opportunities for improvement, we kind of put that in there. We have been in discussion and talking about some of the spacing issues we have. We thank Deputy City Manager for coming out a couple of weeks ago and taking a walk around with us and seeing some of the things. And Public Works Director Darrell Short also came out. The photo that's in front of you, this is our break room, our conference room, our storage room, and whatever else we can do in there. So we make it work, but that's one of the things that we have identified as an opportunity for improvement. Spacing for our shift supervisors is limited, but they also make it work. Our sergeant's office also couples as our server room, where all of our telephone equipment, TV equipment, and computers storage is. Not the ideal place to have supervisors working, but they're being patient, and they also make it work. We currently have one multi-purpose room where we do everything: visitation, new intakes, programs and services, GED, you name it. We get a lot of use out of that room. We had to think outside the box for the carpentry program. We actually did that outside on the grounds to make sure we got that program completed. Our dental office has room for one inmate and one dentist. The dentist can only work on the right side of the chair. Deputy City Manager Goodman did make note of that. We did make some changes. We removed some things out of that room to make it a little bit more user-friendly. Some of these things I'm discussing have been requested to be addressed through the 2026 budget request. Real quick, I would like to ask Tim Harris to come up. Mr. Harris is going to give you a quick testimony about the programs and services at MCP. He was formerly incarcerated at the facility, and I asked him to come down and share his story real quick with us.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
everyone doing? Well, man, I'm doing a lot of great work over there, man. Since I was there back in 2012, 13. All of those programs wasn't there then. So I just had to get on the butter truck or the trash truck and get out there and get it. But during my time at Muskogee, it was a learning process. You know, I had time to sit, think, and see what I really wanted to do. And I made up in my mind that I was never coming back to Georgia State Prison, nowhere. So, you know, I got released, got married, started me a business. I have my own business now. I'm a barber, actually his barber. So it's hard. And I see a lot of young men that's getting out of prison and can't find no job because of their history, because they have a felony. So I feel like we need to put something in place for these young guys when they get their forklift license. If you could place them on a job or help them get a job. Because they just getting out there and going back on their own, trying to get a job. When they look at their resume or their application, you got a felony, ain't nobody want to hire you. They not hiring you. They not hiring you. So then we look at, oh, I got to eat, so I'm going to go back to what I was doing. Then you back in there again. But me, strong mind, nah, I'm not doing that. Then my wife wasn't playing that either. She wasn't having that. Nah, she wasn't doing that at all. But, you know, I did my time. I'm a law-abiding citizen now, living well, doing good. And I just appreciate Muskogee County and the transition center. When I got to the transition center, I knew I was on my way home then. I said, man, I'm going. I was able to save me up $7,000. Ooh, I got $7,000 going home. I'm doing good. So, you know, it was a learning process. And I mean, I thank God for putting me there, because maybe not, I may be dead or, you know, who knows. But I just appreciate coming through Muskogee. And I appreciate you, Mr. Walker, for inviting me. Always. Whenever you call me, I'm here, man. So that's my testimony, really. And I mean, it's some guys. And it's some guys that want to do good, but you have to handpick them. Some of them don't care. They gonna do what they want to do anyway. But it's some in there that want to come out and change their life.
Well, Mr. Harris, we appreciate your testimony, and we appreciate you being willing to share that with us. I know I've heard you speak before, I think, at the MCP at a luncheon, and you know, and you're right. One of the biggest challenges we have is finding businesses and companies who are willing to give a second chance to somebody who's learned a trade but has been incarcerated.
Yes.
And I know the city has an aggressive felon hire policy, and that committee works to try to make sure. And I'm not sure we've ever turned anybody down for hire. There's a mayor's commission on reentry, and they work on two things primarily, and that's getting them a job, and getting them a place to stay. If we don't give them an opportunity to do both of those things, they're going to end up right back in MCP. So congratulations on taking control of the trajectory of your life. We appreciate you sharing. Warden, anything else?
I just again want to thank the team and thank you for the opportunity to come and do this update. And want to know if anyone has any questions.
Yep, Councilor Tucker.
Yes. Before I ask my question, first of all, I want to say thank you, Mr. Harris, for sharing your testimony. I was there during that graduation, and I must say, I know we got a couple of new counselors. Go visit MCP. It reminds me, honestly, of being in the military. It feels like we have GI parties where the floors are buff, it's dusted, it's clean, and they'll feed you too. But anyway, just joking, just joking. But, and I'm not. You know I'm not. But seriously, I asked for this presentation because it's important for citizens to know that, and I'm happy that Mr. Harris shared his story, but it's individuals that are just as involved citizens that are incarcerated, but it's thanks to programs such as the ones that are at MCP. You go through some of the programs and they actually give you what you need when you leave. So thank you with the partnership with Columbus Tech. If they go through the welding program, they come out with all their equipment and they're ready to work on day one when they leave the prison system. And it's important that you give individuals tools. This is rehabilitation. You know, it's not going in there and not getting any resources and people are getting out having to fend for themselves. You are making sure that people have pathways to success, and that's all of you. And I've been in there several times visiting and walking through and looking at how the kitchen is run, looking at some of the inmates, really sitting down, taking a serious interest in getting their GED and getting their education. That's so important. So I just wanted to say thank all of you for what you do at MCP, and it really is a family. And I'm happy that you're in District 4. I appreciate the things that you all do for Columbus, Georgia, and Muskogee County. It matters. But one of the things that I did want to address, and what you said, that you put it on the back burner in reference to a program that is much needed. And we know that we have an animal issue in this area. And it's not just our area, it's period. We have issues with animals, and especially here in Columbus where we're putting down so many animals every month, and sometimes it was a time every week. And what Warden Walker did was he wanted to do the research so we can find a better way to address the animal issues that we have in Muskogee County. So when he says that he is looking into it, he really is. And not only that, we put $300,000 in the budget. And I can't remember what year it was. Was it last year? Last year. It was last year. We need to ensure that that money goes to exactly what we said that it was supposed to go to, and that's to the animal welfare and your program. And I know that we probably could not get that building because we waited too long. We sat on it for too long. You mentioned it to us when it was $40,000. Then it went to $200,000. So shame on us. Shame on us, because $300,000 could have purchased that building and we could have had that program at the old Animal Art on Chautauqua Road. So that's what I'm saying. When we snooze, we lose. And we have lost an asset. And I don't care if we had donated it, but we had an opportunity to get that facility back for $40,000. So I just say thank you. We're not going to forget about the program that you're trying to do for those justice involved citizens and to help Muskogee County with the animal population. We have a problem. And you came up with a solution. We dropped the ball. We're going to keep working it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have staff to speak to, we dropped the ball and we waited too late.
Well, let's we've got a couple of counselors, but we will allow staff to respond to that because I think there's another side to that. Councilor Huff?
Good morning, Warden.
Morning, sir.
Let me make sure I got everybody in this picture. Warden Herbert Walker. I think I missed meeting your new Deputy Warden of Administration, Ms. Beecham. Deputy Warden Beecham, Thomas, and King was been there over the years, and he's, you say he's helping out with the GED program now. But thank you all for all you do. Watched you work hard over the years to get everything done. Couple of questions. Mr. Harris, wherever he disappeared to. Thank you, sir, for being here this morning. I'll get with Warden Herbert Walker and get with you. I had a couple of things I want to get directly from you as far as what you went through making your transition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But congratulations on what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're all very proud of you. On the exiting, coming back into the community, years ago, they were working on what they called the box, ban the box or whatever, on the application, that you were not being held accountable for having to check that box and for people to know up front how to get around hiring you. So my question will be, and I will follow up later, is what are we doing to clear a person's record after he's finished all of his probation? I've had several people here in the community over the past 7, 8, 9 years now. They've finished everything on the probation. They're out trying to get jobs. They can't get jobs. They've been cooks now for the entire time. And every time they go in on an interview, it pops back up again. And I watched one guy come out after being falsely accused, serving 10 years. He came out, they paid one person $2 million, they only gave him $400,000, but he still could not find a job. So he ended up being a janitor at one of the schools and just felt like he was left out there by himself. So he started spending money, blowing money, and getting, back in trouble. Getting in trouble, when I say back, he never was in trouble, but he started getting in trouble from what he had been through, from his experiences. So I just want to get with you and see how we take the people like Mr. Harris that will get out, come out, clean up, do what you need to do, and be a part of this community. So that's what I'll be coming back to talk to you about. But I appreciate you all and your whole staff. Thank you all so much for what you do.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Chambers.
Mr. Huff, and whatever you need me to do, I'll come. I live in McDonough, Georgia now. That's where I live. But I'll come. If Mr. Walker called me, I'm coming. Got it.
First of all, Mr. Warden, thank you for your leadership, you and your entire team. Thanks for what you do on a daily basis. Mr. Harris, that was a phenomenal testimony, and I'll get you addressed because I'm a little overdue for a haircut. So, but I do have a question. I know you have the welding certification, the OJT programs, and things of that nature. What is the success rate of offenders receiving gainful employment once they're released?
Well, we have instated the program probably about the last 2.5 years, so we haven't seen the return on investment yet. We are starting to track it. We have success stories from some of the guys that call me back and tell me where they are, but to give you a formal number, we haven't, we're not that far out yet to be able to provide that.
The only reason I ask because I know a lot of organizations have a second chance program, and they're hiring, and it may be a good idea to, in Columbus, may be a great opportunity to cultivate some relationships with these employers. So once they're released, I mean, because welding is in high demand.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have welders, they get their certification, come out making $70,000, $80,000. So if I can help you with that, you let me know. But again, thanks for all that you do. Thanks for your leadership.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Hickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Warden, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said, and I really appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate your team and all that you do. And so just know that this council really appreciate you all, the hard work that y'all do. So don't go unnoticed. We see it, and once again, thank you. And Mr. Harris, thank you for your testimony, powerful, powerful testimony. God bless you, and may God continue to bless you and your family. Thank you, Warden. Thanks.
Warden, thank you for the presentation. And you're right. You've got an incredible team, but the leadership is what dictates the pace of the team. And so I just thank all of y'all for your contributions to the citizens of Columbus, Georgia. Too many times they don't think of MCP as public safety, but when we had some real numbers issue in the sheriff and the police department, and we needed to try to have a presence in our parks, these folks are the ones that went out there and made sure the parks were safe and that they were visible, and they were ambassadors. They weren't going out there trying to just be security. They were engaging with the parents, engaging with the kids, and that didn't go unnoticed either. You've got a fine staff. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Oh, Councilor Garrett.
Mr. Mayor, before we get off of your agenda, I'd just like, we know that the city manager has announced his retirement at the end of this year. I'd respectfully like to request that the first meeting in April, if you could possibly present us with a plan for establishing a national search committee. And if you would consider it, I think it would be, while that's ultimately in your discretion, I think it'd be wise maybe to have a few counselors and some community stakeholders involved, just so we can have the best possible search committee.
I can give you an update right now. We've already put together an advisory committee. We've made it intentionally small. It's not a search committee because we have used the process we use with the warden and with the police chief and with the fire chief has been consistent. We pulled together 5 members of the community and got them to take a look at the process we've used the last few times to see if there was any updates or anything else we needed to do and add to it. They felt like it was a sound process. They're going to continue to be in an advisory role. And we've already met with them, and they've recommended that we engage with, at least have conversations with an organization that is a search committee that does searches, and they specialize, I think, too, in governmental searches. So we've reached out to have initial conversations with them, but yeah, my goal is to get it started in March. Okay. And start moving in that direction. We'll probably use the exact same or very similar process that we've used in the past, and that is have this organization do a nationwide search. There's been some good positive recommendations coming from the committee, and one of them was to engage the marketing folks so that we can put our best foot forward when we're talking about what our city's like and trying to attract top talent. So once we do that and we get them whittled down to a manageable number, we're going to involve the public. I don't know what that looks like yet. The committee is helping us determine what's the best way to do it. We even thought about doing a Zoom and mute everybody and let people look in on the interviews. In the past, we've used a process that works well, and I don't see us deviating from that, and that's using panels. And we've used people who are in the same field across the state of Georgia to try to get a professional panel. We've also had, and you're right, it is the mayor's prerogative on how to put those together, but in every instance, we've used at least one city councilor, sometimes a couple, to be on one of those panels. So, and we will keep y'all and the public extremely well informed, because when you think about it, we haven't had to search for a city manager since 1996. Isn't that right? Because we had Steinbrenner that was here. Mr. Steinbrenner was here for only a couple of months, and then we had Carmen Caveza and Richard Bishop and Isaiah Hughley were appointed as deputy city managers, and then Mr. Bishop got the opportunity with Uptown. And then when Mr. Caveza retired, Mr. Hughley took over about 26 years ago. So we understand it's a significant hire, not just for the council, but also for the people in the community, and we're going to make sure that it's transparent.
Thank you. If you could maybe at least have 2 or 3 counselors on there like you did with the search committee for the chief, I think that'd be helpful since we do ultimately have to approve the appointment.
Well, we're not sure what it'll look like yet, but we'll keep y'all notified as we move forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that list, would it be of the citizens that you got a part of this search? Would that be available to us?
I'll be glad to tell you right now if I can remember all of them. It's Audrey Tillman. It's Marcus Gibson, Pastor Gibson, Richard Bishop, Billy Blanchard, and Bob Wright. And we were looking for a predominance of people who have been engaged in high-level executive searches, and all of those but one have, and the other one is an active member of the community. We wanted that aspect as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. All right. Mr. Hughley, you had a couple of comments you want to make.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like for Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge, who's the Community Reinvestment Real Estate Director, reports to her, and she's been involved in the interests of property by the warden. And there were some comments made just a few minutes ago that I'd like for her to address or respond to.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. So Council did include $300,000 in the budget for FY25, our current fiscal year. We did bring in 2WR to do an assessment of that facility that the warden was interested in. That happened in August of '24. The budget was adopted effective July 1st, so we did have 2WR come in and do a complete assessment of the facility. They did, at the time, after we came back and provided that information to City Council, the building was sold to someone else. So we were actively looking at the facility as soon as Council approved funding for that process.
And so, Deputy City Manager Hodge, the city owned that building, as I recall, that he was interested in.
That's correct.
And the city, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, we donated that building
I
to
believe we had donated that building to Paws, but at the time, Paws had then sold or donated that property to someone else, and then it sold again during that process.
So we owned it, donated it to Paul's for $0.
I believe it was $0.
And that's my recollection. And then somehow it exchanged hands a couple of times.
A couple times, that's correct.
And then the last owner who sold it in that time period you just mentioned wanted how much for it?
I think it was 210 was the ask.
So we were going to buy a building that we gave away.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And so I just want to be clear that, we had issues with the request in that we donated the building and now we're being confronted to or asked to purchase a building for $200,000+ that we donated and got $0 for. And so what are you doing now that that building sold? And it's probably a good thing because my conscience would not have allowed me to rest knowing that we donated, gave it away for $0, and then we bought our own property back for $210,000. So what are we doing now?
So we did ask 2WR to look at providing that space on the property at MCP. It is a significant expense, so we're kind of in a...
So you're working on it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilor Hickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy City Manager Hodge, can you come back to the podium for me, please? When we enter into this agreement to donate the building to Paws, why didn't we put a clause in place to have the first opportunity to first right of repurchasing the building if it was going to be up for sale or giving it back to the city? Why didn't we have a clause like that in place?
That's a really good question.
Yes,
that was
it is.
1996, so
Okay.
I can't respond to that.
Okay. So just for the record, for the public to understand, that yes, we donated the building for free, but what we failed to do at that time is put a clause in place to have the first right to purchase the building back if it came up as an issue to be sold. So I just want to put that on the record.
And that's a good point.
Yeah, very good point.
And that was obviously maybe during Paul Steinbrenner's time, but certainly none of us were involved. No, I was not. No.
1996, I wasn't on council at this time. I think Gary was the only one there.
Don't predate me, you know.
It's Gary's fault.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Council. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Hodge. All right, and that finishes the mayor's agenda, so we'll move on to Mr. City Attorney.
Thanks, sir. First up, I want to congratulate our new clerks, Clerk McLemore and Deputy Clerk Colbert. I know Clerk Davis is smiling today, but we look forward to working with y'all. We've got a short business agenda, Mayor. The first item up, we had a lot of discussion on at the last meeting. It's the Sports and Entertainment Authority ordinance creating that new entity. Ready for a vote.
All right, I apologize. I was having a sidebar. Motion and a second to approve item 1. Any discussion to the motion? Hang on. Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Attorney, there was a couple comments I received about having a hockey representative on the, non-voting classification. Is that possible to go ahead and amend it today?
If you want to, if it's non-voting.
Okay.
There are 9 voting members on the board.
Right, it would be a non-voting classification.
All right, there's a motion second to amend the ordinance to add a designee from the hockey group as ex officio, non-voting. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Councilor Tucker, is it to the motion? No? Well, let's finish this first. Councilor Huff, to the motion?
Yes, sir. Well, to the, not this motion, but the original.
That's fine. The original motion is back in play.
Okay. Bear with me for a minute for clarification. I listened to the meeting. I was absent last meeting. And as far as choices of words and how everybody was getting to from point A to point B was a little bit different. I think some of that discussion based on the city manager and the mayor not knowing did not mean they had not heard of it. Just like I've heard of it, but there had not been enough discussion for understanding. The authority, there's nothing wrong with the authority which was established, I think, in the room 2 weeks ago. My first question was, in comparing the Trade Center Authority along with other authorities, the Trade Center Director reports directly to that authority for that building. And so does the other authority. So in that discussion, I was trying to figure out, it seems as though it seems as though the problem like we had back early, I guess, 2012-13 timeframe, was the Civic Center. And the Civic Center has always been up and down. It's been up one time, then down again, and been back up again. That's just what it does. It's the nature of the business. So in addressing Civic Center Ice Rink, it seems as though the authority, the complaints were coming from some of the board members of the Civic Center and the ice rink. So when you look at Parks and Rec and the Sports Council, they're probably two of the most successful groups we have. I don't see why we have any authority to be over them and tell them what to do. They've had to come in and clean up some things, which Director Browder was real kind in presenting, the way she presented her words. But we've done this before with too much overreach, and Parks and Rec had to come back in and clean up some things. So I guess my first question is, why Parks and Rec and why is Sports Council and Parks and Rec, why are they being under the authority when they are generating all of this money every year? I've attended several events down there, and the Sports Council does a great job. Parks and Rec does a great job. But what was not mentioned was the fact that Parks and Rec is the backbone. The Sports Council can't do all of this without Parks and Rec. The people that were presented here are the people that do the work. They have people that come to work literally at 6 o'clock in the morning for these events. I went to last Labor Day weekend, we had a softball tournament with over 140 teams in town. And they played from Thursday through Sunday. And they got it all in. But those fields had to be redone, restriped, everything. So I guess I'll get my questions answered in a few minutes. I'll wait for an answer in a few minutes. But my point to all of this is, I heard the presentation that the Liberty Theater was separate, and that was talked about. I heard the part about the meeting where no questions were supposed to be asked, but then questions could be asked. But that was not cleared up. That made it look like it was misunderstanding. There was no misunderstanding. And my point of contention on all of this is the questions were to be submitted before the meeting, but the meeting was not the meeting of the people who had the meeting. And I'm still a little bit on the misunderstanding side of how I called the meeting. And when I walked in, other people were running the meeting. So I sat in the audience with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and a few other people, and I listened. The purpose of that meeting was supposed to be to come in and freely ask questions, because previous Councilor Woodson mentioned that the people want to come in and ask questions. They don't always know what they want to ask ahead of time. But sending your questions in ahead of time gives you an opportunity to kind of tweak your answers. And I think an open meeting is better when the people can come in and ask their questions and look you eyeball to eyeball and get their questions answered. They are good judges of character to know that you are not pulling a string on them that day. So as we move forward, my biggest question this morning is, why is Parks and Rec? Parks and Rec will have to come in and answer to this authority. The Sports Council board, as far as the layout, that's my thing. The Sports Council's board, if you're comparing them to the Trade Center Authority, it should have been some way that they have Director Sherman able to run her Sports Council the same way that the Trade Center is being run, where she can make those recommendations and everything. My second piece is, why is Parks and Rec such a big part of this, but they are a non-voting member on the board? Sports Council is a voting member, but Parks and Rec is a non-voting member. And they do all of the work. So you're taking the director's ability to ask for things away from her. So I'll stop for a minute. I may have another question before we vote, but if someone could just clear up for me the fact that we all know Councilor Begley brought this up some time ago, and we delayed it. Somebody else brought it up, and we delayed it. All that's true. But as far as this council talking with the group that has gotten together on this authority, Councilor Davis was congratulated on answering questions directly to Councilor Woodson and some others, and that's appreciated. But the point made was, I wanted to say this morning, if you're waiting for the public to call us on such an issue, it's not going to happen. We have to go to the people. We represent their power in the room. And a lot of the people are not comfortable enough coming because they think there may be some recourse. There may not ever be recourse, but that's the way the public feels. That if they come to a council person and they complain too much, that something will happen to them, something will happen to their families. And the last point was the Civic Center interim director asked a question about no one losing their jobs. And it was said here that they had nothing to worry about. So I pray that that's true, because we're averaging probably 3 to 5 years with young employees now. The old 30-year employee is considered a 7-year employee now. If we keep someone 7 years, that's like 30 years now. People are in and out of the system all the time, in and out of here. So how do we attract young talent and bring them in the door with a promise that they have a job, they have benefits? All you have to do is your job, and you're fine. There seems to be some uncertainty now with everything coming in that I heard the term fraud, waste, and abuse used, and I don't think any of these people are involved in that. I think it needs to be a situation, if this authority is going forward, and all of these people are under this authority, then I think it needs to be a meeting with the employees to let them know what's going on, to let them know that they are safe, and for some type of guidance and training. If there's a different direction you would like to go in, then you need to sit down with them and train them, not penalize them for something that was done last year, year before, or last month. This is where we're going. This is why we're going this way. And these are the results that we are expecting when we get to the end of this road. So if hopefully all of that will be done, because I hope I will never have to come back in here with any of the people that came before us to say that you led me down this road on a false promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor doesn't get a vote, and I'm not lobbying, but I am going to throw out one thought, and that is I think an authority over the Civic Center could be a good idea. I think it could reap some benefits from expanding and having a more a national attraction opportunity. But what I would ask council to think about is, I don't see why we're putting South Commons in there. I don't think you could squeeze one more programming event into South Commons on those softball fields with Mary Sherman and Holly Browder working together. And the challenge you may have is, if I'm not saying you will, but if you have an authority come in who needs to make a break even and is working on the funding, there's a lot of local programming, a lot of softballers that go out there and they play church league and they play rec league. They're all residents, or a lot of them are residents of Columbus, Georgia. And I just, my thought is approve a Civic Center authority and see how that goes and monitor what's going on with South Commons and hold off on South Commons for right now, because frankly, it's humming along like a pretty well-oiled machine. Just a thought. Councilor Crabb? Oh, yeah. There we go.
Thank you. This is just a sidebar. I noticed number 3, where is the first reading for dismissal of the Columbus Aquatics Commission. And I've always thought that the natatorium should be part of the Sports and Entertainment Authority. And so maybe that's the first step to making amendment and adding that in eventually. I'm not asking to do it now, but I just wanted to point out how these two may be related. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councilor Huff?
Councilor Crabb, that's the page I've been on. I didn't call it out like that, but that's where I've been. The natatorium should be under the authority. That's who had all the problems trying to have them. I'll make a motion to put the natatorium under the authority.
All right. Would it not be better to ask Parks and Rec, take a look at that and make comments on that before y'all put it on there?
Okay.
It's just a question.
I forgot that's who took it over. I'll have to withdraw it for right now, withdraw the motion for right now. If I could get Director Browder to come down for a minute, I got a couple of questions real quick. How long has it been now since you had to take over the natatorium?
2015. So the pool opened in August of 2013. By March of 2015, the city had taken it back over. Took us about 6 to 9 months, though, between 2013 and 2015 before we were able to legally take it back over.
Okay, that's all I need right there. I want to keep the council to let them know I'm staying on track. I'm not trying to go way off track right now. With everything that you do, and I've sat down with you over the years to go over most of the events and things, and I've been there to watch everything work. I don't know if the council is even interested this morning in removing, thank you, in moving the Sports Council and the Parks and Rec piece separately. You know, the mayor just spoke of the Civic Center. The meeting I came to, it was a board member from the Civic Center that said that they needed an authority or whatever. And it seems to be where some of the discussions were coming from. But it hadn't been really ironed out as far as how you all do your job. Director Sherman will call you from Sports Council. You all basically schedule everything that's going on. And it's worked well over the years. But anyway, I'll stop at this point by saying, Councilor Davis had mentioned to me some time ago about Sports Authority, sit down, take a look at it. It's working in Tampa, Florida, and a few other places. And I agree. There's nothing wrong with Sports Entertainment Authority. It's just the people that are under it right now. Yeah, our sports and entertainment group is doing a great job when it comes to Sports Council, Parks and Rec. There's no doubt. The Civic Center, as I said earlier, has always been the Civic Center. The Civic Center, with the ice rink attached to it in the past, brought the numbers down. So they would be in the black for a while and in the red for a while and back in the black for a while. So I just think it should have been more discussion with them as far as direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We've got a few other folks. Mr. Hughley, is this to the motion that we're discussing?
Mayor, it was just going to be to comment. So regarding the aquatic center, so, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Sports Authority or Trade Center Authority or, you know, Transit Authority or any of that, you know. But, yeah, I think what you put into under the authority matters. And I think Councilor Huff said that. And so I wanted to speak to, now we're throwing in the aquatic center with no discussion.
Well, it's been pulled.
Yeah, so.
It's been pulled.
I misspoke. I forgot it was on the parts of it.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and vote on item 2, or 1, I'm sorry. So the amendment has been approved, hasn't it? Was it?
Yeah, you approved
Was
the
the amendment
amendment.
approved, Lindsay? Was the amendment approved? It was. Okay, I thought so. So what we're doing now is calling the question on item 1 as amended. So please register your votes. All right, and that is approved. Councilor Hickey? Okay.
Okay.
All right, Madam
7 to
Clerk,
2.
that passes?
Yes, sir, 7 to 2.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, that's approved. The next item's up, Mayor, on first reading. The first one is a text change for the Unified Development Ordinance. Would add to our chart in Uptown, the single family detached use. That's up for any questions. Mr. Johnson is here. Got any questions around the table? Don't see any hands. Sure, you want to comment briefly, Mr. Johnson?
Sure. In 2008, single-family housing was added to the UPT in Chapter 3, but it was not, dimensions and lot sizes and things like that were not put in. So it's a cleanup.
Okay.
All right, are there any?
Yes.
$4,000 is the minimum lot size, right? That's proposed. Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll vote in 2 weeks on that item.
Any questions of the public?
Anybody in the audience want to be heard on the UDO amendment? All right, we'll bring it back. And our last business item is the item 3. This is a restructuring of the Recreation Advisory Board, would repeal Article 4, Columbus Aquatics Commission. And we got Director Browder is in the room. If there are any questions or comments, now's the time.
None from the council. Anybody in the audience?
Anybody in the audience want to be heard? Okay, no hands, Mayor. All right, we'll vote on that in 2 weeks as written. And we've got a request for a short executive session on real estate acquisition and disposal and litigation, Mayor. That's all we have listed.
Okay. All right, Councilor Tucker, did you have?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right, I saw him. All right, we'll move on to the public agenda. And I'll remind you that the public agenda, and I'll apologize in advance, that when it hits 5 minutes, we have to stop the time. But you will have an opportunity to come back after the clerk's agenda for an additional 3 minutes if you have some additional comments. First is Ms. Laura Lowe regarding a book dedication to the city of Columbus. Is Ms. Lowe here? Hey, Laura.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor and Council. I am so appreciative of you allowing me to come this morning to bring you gifts. Raise up a child in the way he should go, or she should go, and she will not depart from that way. I was raised by parents who believed in service and doing service. But I was raised on a farm and it was isolated. So I don't think I really discovered community until I came to Columbus, Georgia. I've been in Columbus, Georgia 55 years. We came here from Hawaii, but my home is South Central Alabama. I'll be very brief. What I wanted to do is thank this city because Columbus, Georgia is where I truly found community. And when I published my fourth, I'm doing a series on, and it's called Country Girl, because that's exactly what I am, a country girl. But I wanted to thank this community because this is where I found community, and Columbus has been very good to me. When I know several of you on the council. I'm very fond of all of you. I was working at Bibb Manufacturing Company in the payroll department when I decided to go into real estate. That's how I met the mayor and his family. I was in real estate for 25 years. His mother was a good friend of mine. Charmaine, real estate. Travis, real estate, yes. So I brought you the copy of the 4th edition of my Country Girl series. And let me just tell you this. If God willing, next Wednesday, I will turn 80 years old. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So the reason I'm doing this is not for grandizement or anything like that. It's simply, my time is probably running out. So I don't want to, you know, if I'm going to thank you, when am I going to do it? So thank you for allowing me to have these moments in your meeting this morning. And I just want you to know that Columbus has been very good to me. I was in real estate for 25 years. I was able to work in marketing at River Center for the Performing Arts. I got my master's degree when I was 63 years old. I worked 9 years in the counseling field here in Columbus, working with mental health. So any way that I can give back to this community, I want to do it. The only problem is I'm human. I'm slower than I used to be. I saw several things this morning. I said, I could do that. I'd like to do that. You know, I think sometimes I do need to get some sanity. So anyway, thank you all. God bless you for what you're doing, because to me, that's what it's all about, providing service to others. Thank you.
Ms. Lowe, congratulations on your 4th edition of your book, and thank you for their gifting it to council. Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Laura, before you leave the podium,
I'm sorry.
I want to thank you so much because I met you shortly after I moved here and I was searching for community. And you planted that seed in me. And I didn't think I could do something, and you made me believe that I could.
I'm proud of you.
And I owe it all to you, ma'am.
Oh.
I owe it all to you, and
No,
thank you so
I simply planted
much.
the seed. You were the gardener.
Thank you.
And I want to especially thank Ms. Toya there. She was my counselor at one time, and we solved a problem, a big problem in my neighborhood, because she don't play. So, and anyway, thank you all, and God bless you.
Councilor Tucker wants to say a word to you.
Miss Lono, she is an honorary District 4 representative. She has done ride-alongs with me. She comes, she's the photographer, she's like your hype person in the background. I truly love her, and I actually just did an interview with your grandson for his class.
He'll be here today.
And I'm so excited. We spoke for about 2.5 hours because it's part of his degree program. So he had to do that whole interview, and I just appreciate you, but I want an autograph, signed document. And she said that I don't play, and we've had so many issues. I mean, it's not just in District 4, but throughout the district with code enforcement. We had somebody setting up a whole car wash service in front of her house, and we had, and other things that they was doing, car repair. It just became a whole bunch of cars, a lot of clutter, and really an eyesore in the area. So we was able to get that addressed. So I thank Mr. Ryan Pruitt for doing that, and Ms. Lowe, I thank you so much for just being, you are a true community ambassador. And that's one thing that you said, but you also addressed the issue with people going across medians. And we did a whole interview with WTVM. So I wanted to, you always want to give people their flowers on this side. Right. And Ms. Lowe, I can't give you enough flowers for all you do in the city of Columbus. Thank you.
Oh, he was my neighbor too.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Next is Ms. Audrey Holston Palmore regarding an update from January 7th, 2025 on Air property located in East Winton. Welcome, Ms. Palmore. Ms. Palmore, would it be easier for you to go to this microphone and use a handheld? It's up to you. Thank you, Lindsay.
Greetings to the city officials of the Columbus, Georgia Consolidated Government, citizens of Columbus, Georgia, and others listening. I am Audrey Holston Palmore, and I am a citizen of Columbus, Georgia, Muskogee County, Georgia. I applied written communication to the Clerk of Council office to appear here today. I want to review the verbal communication expressed by me on January 7, 2025 council meeting. I am heir to property located at 2928 10th Street. I have received written communication from the Tax Commissioner's Office. The FIFA notice has my name and address on it. It also contains the name of other heirs. As I expressed on January 7th, there are several other heirs, and I expressed to you the fact the City Code and Inspections Department has declared the property uninhabitable, and I've attended meetings of the Code and Inspections Department at their request to talk about the property located at 2928 and to what I consider to be an unfortunate situation. I was the only heir at the meeting. And because I was the only heir at the meeting, I reached out to the other heirs to let them know what the City of Columbus Code and Inspection Department revealed. And I also said that an administrative attorney, law attorney in real estate has been involved with this property since, I believe it's 2015. And during this time, from 2015, during this period of time, the administrative law attorney has told me verbally only that the property could not be sold as I wanted to express to the other heirs. As I have expressed to the other heirs, I would like to see the property sold, but the administrative law attorney has told me that the property could not be sold by only one heir. All the heirs have to be in agreement with the sale of the property. And so the reason I'm coming to council is because the Code and Inspection has used the word demolition. Well, I understand demolition means to rid of the eyesore that the property is presently. And so I'm coming to council to ask for more time for the administrative law attorney to contact the other heirs and find out their interest level of being involved with the property. And to my understanding, if a lien is placed on the property, then the heirs need to come together and decide, do they want to do anything with the property? Well, Audrey Holston Palmore would like to see the property sold to a developer, and everyone will have a positive outcome involved with the property.
Mr. Palmore, I'm afraid that's your 5 minutes are up. What we could try to do, Mr. City Manager or Deputy City Manager, if we could just maybe have someone speak with Ms. Palmore and see if there's any way to help her with the, or guide her in where she needs to go to try to transact that property.
So, Mayor, I'll have the Director of Inspections to address it, but as I understand it, it's gone through our process, and there, of course, we have a hearing, and Ms. Palmore showed up, but the heirs did not show up, and it has not come to council yet, but I think it may be coming in the near future. You want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. So with 29/28/10, we actually did have it on council's agenda one time before, and that was right when the ownership officially changed from the deceased down to the heirs. So we have been going through the process again, sending notices out to Ms. Palmore and the other heirs to notify them of the issue and that the property is on the demolition list. We have another demolition list coming next meeting to round out our FY25 funding. And so this Ms. Palmore's property would not be on the brought to council for consideration until about August of this year. So the family would have time to come to an agreement if they choose to sell it. Obviously the city can't make heirs or anybody work along to do anything to sell it. We can just, try to work with them and give them a reasonable amount of time to sell the property before we need to step in and tear it down.
So with that, your office will continue to try and work with her and pull the heirs together so that they can make a decision. But the property is in a state that it needs to be demoed.
Yes, sir.
And it's impacting the neighbors on either side and across the street. And so we've got to do something. And so we want to allow as much time as we can for her to get the heirs to decide what they want to do with the property.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I would like to say, I would like to stress the importance of the administrative law attorney putting it in writing that not one heir can sell the property without the permission of all the heirs. That is why I'm coming before the council to let you know that I will contact the appointed administrative lawyer to see to what extent he can reach the other heirs and find out in writing if they will consent to whether or not they would like to deal with the lien that's on the property, or if they have no interest. If they have an interest, they will show an interest by providing
Mr.
what
City Attorney,
the
do you have any
lien,
guidance?
what the lien indicates.
Mayor,
City Attorney may
the
have a
council doesn't have jurisdiction to get in between heirs or among heirs and decide what's going to be sold or what interest is going to be given up. The council can only, through Mr. Pruitt, order the property demolished for not meeting code or take emergency measures to protect health and safety. That other, any disagreement or non-appearance by heirs, the council doesn't have jurisdiction over that.
Mr. Palmore, I don't think there's anything council can do for you other, you probably need to visit with an attorney and ask them for direction on how to proceed to get those heirs involved or get that cleaned up.
I understand that part about what you're saying. I have contacted
Ms.
the
Palmore, if you want to come back at the end of the clerk's agenda, I don't think there's anything council can do for you. So you can come back for another 3 minutes, but your time on this particular topic is up.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I will come back for the 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. All right, next is Mr. John Schenkel regarding city government. Welcome, Mr. Schenkel.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I was asked by Councilor Judy Thomas to come before you today and to read a letter from Councilor Thomas. And I hope that I can do justice to the letter. I would just ask you, as you hear my voice reading the letter, that you truly hear Councilor Thomas's voice, because she wrote this letter with passion and lots of emotion. Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this correspondence is my official letter of resignation from the City Council of the Consolidated Government of the City of Columbus, Georgia, effective today, March 11th, 2025. Serving with Mayor Jim Weatherington and his administration, and later having the honor to be elected for 4 terms to the Columbus Consolidated Government City Council, I have thoroughly enjoyed the last 18 years serving as the councilor representing District 9. I realize that the citizens of this great community deserve a counselor who can offer the full measure of engagement and leadership. I feel my current medical conditions prohibit me from effectively serving the citizens of Columbus, Georgia, as counselor at large at this time. My heart is full as I think of all the people I have met and the experiences I have enjoyed as I have served my hometown in this capacity. My heart also breaks as I look to the future without serving my constituents. I plan to continue to stay involved and offer my faithful support and encouragement to you, my fellow councilors, and those who come after me. I do not want our community to lose the momentum we have been able to build. I want this government to achieve all that we possibly can. I have enjoyed working with each one of you and hope for the best in your role as a member of this council. I know you will do your due diligence as you select my replacement to serve on council for the next 14 months. There are a number of qualified citizens you can recruit to serve in my place. I know that God has the right person to fill this post, and for that I will pray. As of today, March 11th, 2025, I hereby resign my seat as Councilor at Large, District 9, Columbus Consolidated Government. Sincerely, Judy W. Thomas. It's a sad day, but I know that Judy is watching this on TV right now, and I hope that all of you will be able to express your appreciation for her time served. I know it will go a long way for you to acknowledge her today. Thank you.
Mr. Schenkel, thank you for delivering Councilor Thomas's words to us. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. John, thank you for bringing that. It's in looking back with opportunity to work with Councilor Thomas when she was a part of Mayor Weatherington's staff. It was very enlightening and very comforting with her leadership. I mean, we worked together on establishing the auditor committee. The auditor ordinance, and we went through that. She was great leadership in helping us with that. She also worked with several of us. I think when Mayor Henderson was a councilor, he and I and a few others worked together on establishing the Crime Prevention Office. And she was the guard of that. She was the guardian as a counselor of that program. And it was just great working with her in that environment as well to improve the quality of life for Columbus and address our youth, starting them in programs, trying to get them out of doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And then I served with her on the Recorder's Court Committee, where we reestablished and reorganized the Recorder's Court to make it more functional, to allow citizens to go and get out quickly and not be tied up all day. Well, we went from 1 judge to 3 judges, and she was very instrumental in that. So her fingerprints are all over Columbus, and for that, we are all grateful, I'm sure, and I feel blessed to be able to have served with her in those capacities and being able to call her friend. So thank you, Judy, for your service. Thank you, John.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Tucker.
Wow. I'm a bit emotional, and I'm sure some of us are, and I see Councilor Crabb walked out. I do know Councilor Thomas is watching, and I'm gonna say to her nurses, y'all better not touch her. It's Tuesday and it's council meeting, and she told y'all to leave her alone when this council meeting is in session. But I love you, Judy. I remember when I would come to the council meetings and I would bring Councilor Evelyn Turner-Pugh to the meeting. Every meeting, I would sit out there the entire time, and I said, Lord, I don't know how they can do it, and then look where I am doing the same thing that she and Evelyn and everybody else did for so many years. And she would come out, she would actually walk out and speak to me, and we would laugh and joke, and she would tell me stories about her grandmother And not even knowing that my grandmother meant so much to me. And that meant so much to me that Judy would take the time to talk to me as a regular citizen. And at that time, I wasn't even thinking about being on council. She showed her humanity every day, and she loved this city. We've lost our parliamentarian. She would make sure she kept this council in order, and if we got off track, she'll make sure she called for it. You know, she would put us in our place if we got out of order. But Judy, if you're listening, I just want to thank you. I brag about you all the time, and I'm going to share this story with my grandfather because I'm always talking about you to him because you both are fellow educators, and you made sure that education was important, and you supported me throughout this time here on council because I wanted to be the best counselor I could be, and I really sought out all the education that I can get so I can understand how to operate when you get in this seat, because it matters. We have a $350 million budget touching whatever billions of dollars every year. It matters. It matters for you to be educated and to make sound decisions, and not based on race, not based on sex, not based on anything but the truth and the facts. And that's what I learned from Judy. And I appreciate that, Judy. And I know you're listening. I appreciate you for really, it's Women's History Month, and what a perfect time to honor Judy, because she is a trailblazer. And she brought order to our city, and we look at just the things that she did over her years. People thank her for crime prevention because she is the reason that we have crime prevention. Judy did a lot, and she touched a lot of people. And I'm gonna miss you, Judy. I know that I can pick up a pint of strawberry ice cream and come visit you. And we'll sit there and eat our ice cream on a nice sunny day. I love you, and I truly wanted to give you your flowers now because it was so many things that I wish I would have said to my grandmother before she left. But I will continue to say what I need to say to all those people who I care about. And Judy, I care about you, and I love you, and I thank you for putting our city first. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garrett.
I want to try and get through this without crying, but Judy has been a mentor for me since I got on council, since before I even ran. She's one of the people who encouraged me to run, talked to me in Rotary about it, about public service. Since I've been on this council, she's been a mentor to me. Gary's been right up there with her. You know, there's some people who reached out to me when I first got on council and meant the world to me. She's a servant leader. She led us through budget processes, kept decorum when things got out of hand. And I just respect her decision-making ability. There are times when Judy and I have not voted the way people expected us to because we had to take an independent look at things. There are things that we got passed in this community that we were both passionate about that were very divisive. And I knew that if Judy told me that we could trust our gut on something, she meant it. She had years of wisdom carried over from Mayor Weatherington's administration and all of her wisdom on this earth. And I will always be here listening to her. She's going to continue to serve, and I respect her so greatly because making this decision is not lightly for her. She's a valuable community servant, and this is her ultimate act of service, is knowing that she's given everything she can. And we respect the hell out of her. I love you, Judy. I know you're watching, and I'm going to miss seeing you up here, but I will continue talking to you and listen to your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Huff?
I just want to tell Judy, if she's listening, which I know she is, thank you for your service. Thank you for your assistance. Thank you for the sidebars from time to time. I came in contact with Judy and met Judy when she was working for Mayor Weatherton's office, and she was always his go-between. So no matter whether he told me to give him a call so we could talk about some things, you had to go through Judy to get to him. So she protected him like family the whole time she was there. We ran together in 2010 for office. So we've been here together the whole ride for the last, this would be the 15th year. So I didn't know it was coming so soon. We had a conversation not too long ago, and I hope it's okay to say this. I hope she understands. Her mind is as strong as it's ever been. So she hinted to me that this day may come, but not so soon. That health-wise, things were not working out, and she was frustrated because health was not, the body was not keeping up with the mind. So this being a real surprise this morning, and you know, I don't know how many ways to say thank you. We had a conversation once about campaigning. So my question was, how many meetings, how often do you meet with your campaign team? And Judy's answer was, not that often, every now and then, because I have a great team. I order signs, they're delivered to the house, the garage door is up, they pick up the signs, they put the signs out. She said, I don't know where the signs are until I ride around town. So it's been really a pleasure, really a pleasure. And I'll be in contact to check in and see what's going on. And, you know, Godspeed. And I pray that your body heals to the point that you can enjoy a quality of life as you move forward. Thank you.
Councilor Hickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Judy, I know that you're out there listening, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support in me sitting in the seat that I'm sitting in today. I know that you have done a lot of great things in the community, and seeing you up here, we all will greatly miss you. But as it's been said, your fingerprint is all over the city. And I just want to say thank you for believing in me, and thank you for your support. I want you to know that I love you, and I will continue to pray and keep you in my prayers, that God continue to watch over you and keep you in his care. So thank you for all that you've done for the citizens in the city of Columbus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kogel.
Hey, Judy. Just wanted to say thank you for being such a great role model to myself and other people on council. A lot of the younger councilors, as well as always providing a strong, steady hand and a strong, steady finger to a lot of us on the council bench. I want to say thank you for being a constant lunch buddy at various luncheons and at Rotary, a confidant, an advice giver, and a finger shaker when needed. So I also do want to give a big thank you to David as well. I know, I think that maybe we should explore the opportunity of maybe putting a plaque on his chair. I know that he has sat beyond many hours in that chair, waiting for us to be finished on some of those long council meetings, well into the wee hours of the morning. So, Judy, big thanks to you for your service to the city. Thank you to David for supporting her as well. So it takes a family, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Councilor Chambers.
Hello, Miss Judy. First of all, let me just say thanks for your service. Me and Miss Judy, my first race as city councilor at large, it was me and Miss Judy and maybe 3 other candidates, and me and Miss Judy ended up in a runoff. And one of the things I can say about that campaign race is she ran a clean race. We both kept it clean, and we showed each other respect. And after the race, we've been Rotarians for quite a while. Miss Judy walked up to me, I walked up to her, she grabbed me and embraced me with a hug. And our relationship has been cordial, great ever since. So I just want to tell you, thank you for your leadership. I think your tenure speaks for itself. It's funny, you called me on about 9 days ago, and and you shared some things with me that really enlightened my spirit. And, you know, the last thing you said to me was, if you need anything, you pick up the phone and you call me. And I appreciate that. I did not expect this to happen today, but I ask that you take care of yourself. I'll be in touch with you, and you will be missed. God bless you, Judy, and thanks for all that you've done for our city.
Thank you, Councilor Crabb.
Judy, I knew you were tough. I know that you love this community, you love this government more than life itself, and you proved it in spades today by making this announcement. I just hope going forward that the lovely ladies of council can reflect your leadership, your spirit, and that we'll make you proud as we go forward without you. But I know that we can always call you and get that sound advice that we seek from you. And we know that you're not gone from our hearts or from this community. You're just gone from that chair over there that I'd hate to even look at. So take care, stay tough, stay loving, and we'll see you soon. Bring you some ice cream. Love you.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. and Ms. Schenkel, what an honor that Judy would choose you to read her farewell address. You did well. It was a very good letter. It's unexpected. It's unfortunate. Judy, if you're listening, we love you. We're going to miss you. She cared about our community. She, in many ways, what comes to my mind is public safety. Her father, I think, served as a firefighter, I believe, was a chief. And she had a fond love for public safety, and it was evident how she supported public safety and our first responders. We thank you for that. It was great working with her under Mayor Weatherington. Yes, she did protect him, and I can still see somebody said that finger. Jim's finger was like this, and Mayor Weatherington's finger was like this, but when Judy started pointing, you better shape up. May God's blessings be upon you. May He have His hand on you. And we wish you the best. We understand, we want you to recover and enjoy life. There's so many things that come to my mind, but not enough time. But she was my council member. She was my council representative. I'd call her. I said, hey, I got to call my council representative. I need some help. And we had some good talks. But when we did have talks, it was about some serious matters. And it was great to seek her wisdom and bounce things off of her. She allowed me to do that. Many of us do that. I don't think the community really gets an opportunity to see that, but we do deliberate in ways and trying to understand what's best for our city, for our community, for our citizens, and she did care for us, for our citizens. That's evident. She does. She does really care for our citizens. And to be able to call her when I wasn't available and say, hey, I need you to take my calls, I need you to cover for me, she was there, and that was great. And she did a good job at that. But, you know, as a colleague, as a friend, as just someone, I somewhat look at this whole body here as a team across the board, and you got to work together. And she was a good teammate, and going to miss her. We're really going to miss her. And Judy, thank you for all the years of your service, everything you've done, your heart, your dedication, your work ethic, your guidance, your wisdom, and just being there. And that smile, you always knew when she smiled you were okay. And if she wasn't smiling, you better, things weren't going to be so good. So you better call and figure out what was bothering her. But like I said, Judy, again, we love you and we're going to miss you. And you'll be in our prayers. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say to Councilor Thomas, thank you for your service. We first met when you came to work for Mayor Jim Weatherington. And of course, I was city manager, and Councilor Davis, I sat in many meetings with then Judy with that finger doing this at me from Weatherington. And so, but we started working together then. She was critical in the local option sales tax. We put together the PowerPoint, and I think we went around and did maybe 10 of those, and then went back and did 10 more to make sure that we had answered all the questions. But she was a person we relied on to do the actual presentation at each of those local option sales tax meetings. It did pass, and out of that, someone mentioned the crime prevention, and she was involved in that. And so she's done great work. And then I brought up the subject yesterday about, because we're getting ready to start the budget process. We've got them in hand from the department, and I asked the Mayor Pro Tem, I said, you know, she's our budget chair, we got to get her some information. And so, you know, we were looking forward to going into this next budget process and with her as the budget chair. But then I said to the mayor as we talked late yesterday, Mayor, I said to you, I pray for Councilor Thomas every morning by name. I said that to you yesterday. And this morning when I prayed for her by name. And I share that with her to let her know that I will continue to pray God's speed, that she will recover and get back at it. And so, so my final word to her this morning, to you, Judy, would be, God is able.
Thank you, sir. And
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of comments. I know Judy's watching and listening. Had an inkling this day was coming fairly soon. I'd hope not so soon. Because Nancy and I would sit at St. Luke Church and Judy was not there in her usual pew in front of us the last few months. If she was not at St. Luke on Sunday, you knew she was hurting. But it's just been a pleasure to work with Judy over the years, all the way back to Mayor Weatherington. And I know she would tell us to keep calm and carry on and follow the charter, and Judy will make sure they follow the charter. But we're all praying for you at St. Luke and the whole city. We will talk soon. Thank you.
And Judy, I imagine you're still watching. I doubt if you're still listening, because with your level of humility, listening to all this gushing on about you has probably made you want to get up and get out of that bed. But so I'm not going to say much. I could just say ditto, because I think we all have known you since Weatherington, and we knew who the real power behind Weatherington was. But I will tell you this, I think the people of this community owe you an incredible debt for your work and what you have done and attempted to do. Serving at large, I can tell you, if everybody's happy with you, you're not doing your job. So I know that you had some challenges, but I tell you, one of the things I want to say is that I appreciate your support for this community, but I also appreciate your support of me. You have been there to kind of urge me to take on the challenge of running for mayor when I was perfectly happy serving on the city council. But I do appreciate you. I appreciate more than anything that you're your own woman, that you voted your conscience. You didn't always take the expedient route. You looked at every single issue, and you voted your vote. And that, if you look around the country and what goes on, whether it's federal, state, or local politics, it's getting more rare to find people that do that. So I just want to tell you that we're all keeping you in our prayers. We appreciate everything you've done, and I know that you're not finished, because I guarantee you're going to be burning up phones from everybody around this table, telling us what we could have done better and what we just flat did wrong. So we look forward to your continued guidance, and thank you for your service. John, thank you for bringing that to us, not for the message, but certainly for the courage and the class with which you delivered it. So thank you. All right, and as Judy would want us to do, we'll move on. Next is Ms. Madeline Burns regarding city management.
Hello, everybody. Hello, citizens.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Would you be willing to switch places with me? I'm on the public agenda.
No. Sorry, what?
Ms. Burns, that's okay. If you just go ahead and begin.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Burns. I live at 4621 Nickerson Court, Columbus, Georgia. I chose Columbus 7 years ago. I wanted to live in Georgia. I threw a dart on the map, and my friend and I chose Columbus. We chose Columbus for its affordability and for the small town feel, because here we are, we can speak in front of our public officials, and hopefully they will hear us. I lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in Charleston, South Carolina. I've lived in Atlanta. I wanted something smaller. My mom recently turned 103, And I wanted to tell Ms. Lowe, she's got 20-plus years to go. I'm going to be 70 in August, so I got 30-plus years to go. Yay me. Whenever I go to D.C., I can't wait to get back home. The small town feeling, the neighborhood, God bless you. It's just, we don't get that in other parts of the town, the country. We simply don't. Our neighbors don't know our names. I have concerns about the management of our money. I have elderly neighbors. They have concerns of whether or not they're going to eat or whether or not they're going to have heat. I'm sure we all have neighbors like that. Some of them don't turn the lights on. You look at their house, it doesn't look like anybody lives there because they don't turn the lights on. I have a neighbor, she's elderly. She can't cut her grass.
Ms. Burns, if you would, we can't hear you unless you're talking to the microphone. Would
Yes,
you
sir. Got it.
look this way? Thank you.
My neighbor can't cut her grass and she can't afford to pay anybody, so I cut her grass for her. It's the neighborly thing to do. And we all have to help each other. I have a feeling that the property and millage increases are coming, and I spoke on that, I think, a couple years ago. Everything is up. Everything that we touch or spend money on is going up, and I hope you guys consider. I'm short. I hope you consider that people live in poverty. I'm fortunate that I retired, but then I did get a part-time job that pays for any extras that I need and want, so I feel fortunate. And I want to remind you all, as a city council, as a city manager, that your job is to protect us, help us, serve us, do the best you can do for us citizens, because you guys have the power. And my power is to address you. That's the only power I have, and also to vote or not vote for you. My concern is about the business licenses. It's like, I was so concerned, was it 45 million or was it 2 million? Let's say it was 2 million. My question is how? Why? Is it 2 million? I mean, I'll volunteer and help to get it down for free. That bothers me. And I want you guys to live within our means the way we live within our means. Consider us when you consider the budget, that you can't willy-nilly go put your hand in everybody's pocket and get because we want more. That's not acceptable. I hope you guys are caught up on it. I hope there's transparency. I'd like to know where we stand on it. Maybe you're there, maybe. But I hope you improve on the process so that this never, ever happens again, because this is your responsibility. It's all of your responsibility. And me as a citizen, it's my responsibility to speak up. And I fear that the citizens have to make adjustments where you guys just do your budget. I hope I'm wrong. I pray that I am wrong. I hope you respect us by being transparent. Let us know what's going on, where you at, what's it gonna take. I want you to respect us by being efficient. I want you to be respectful by having a realistic and workable plan to manage my annual tax donations. I get to volunteer, even though I'm forced to pay them. And it's not just me as a citizen, it's the business people, it's the landlords. You know, the landlords are gonna have to increase their rents. Do you guys think about that? I hope you do.
Ms. Burns, I'm sorry, your 5 minutes have expired, but you can come back if you like.
I will.
Okay, and you'll have 3 minutes when you come back.
Thank you.
Finish. Yes, ma'am, thank you. All right, next is Ms. Karen Gaskins regarding city management.
I would like to just thank Miss Judy also for her love and support for us in blue. Miss Judy, we love you. I'm Karen Gaskins. I live at 4540 Sears Road. Mayor, council, and citizens, I'm here today representing my family, speaking out in truth. It doesn't take long watching city council meetings for it to become apparent that the ongoing problem of mismanagement, whether by incompetence or dereliction of duty, raises its head. Let's look briefly at 8 incidents of management failures, all documented in the Ledger-Enquirer. Number 1, Park and Rec. Remember the audit done in 2007? And we discovered that Director Tony Adams recruited Division I college prospects for the Georgia Blazers boy basketball team. Columbus funded it without authority. A private bank account was opened using the city's tax ID. City vehicles used to transport players, all while the city manager denied any knowledge. Tony Adams and another individual were arrested. 2 local basketball coaches complained to the city manager about Adams recruiting their players for the Blazers. Number 2, landfill collection and records. There was an audit there also, and it revealed millions of uncollected landfill fees. One article stated $5 million was written off without approval. Council voted to hire a third party to collect the fees, but before that could even happen, the city manager reported that there was a glitch in the system and all the records were lost. The finance director was allowed to quit, but continued to receive funds from the city. A sheriff's investigation found that a former employee had destroyed the records. Number 3, Golden Park. The Great Bamboozle is what it's called now. The city manager misled council into voting to remove the citizen's name off the deed, which took away the citizen's right to vote on the baseball team. We are now stuck with a $50 million debt. This has caused citizens to come together and discuss filing suit against the city. Number 4, business license fees, uncollected and unprocessed. No one knows how much money the city is out to include the interest on those funds. Number 5, landfill and EPA, an utter failure not to follow up with EPA, still waiting on a return phone call from 2019. This has placed the city in a crisis to come up with millions by the end of this month. Number 6, as recent as last council meeting, the city manager continues with his favorite line, "I have no knowledge of the Sports and Entertainment Authority." Number 7, nepotism. While the city manager continues to deny allegations, the fact is his brother-in-law was hired and still remains an employee of the city and has been given significant raises in the past 4 years. Number 8, the animal shelter. Councilors have been on council for some time, repeatedly heard of management issues, violations of city rights, employees unqualified hired, complaints of abuse, and I think you'd agree with me when I say it has been a thorn in your side. Because you failed to act years ago, our city has suffered. The investigation, which resulted in numerous employees arrested, we made national news. There are more, but how many more incidents of mismanagement do you need before you will act? How much more money must be lost or uncollected? Mr. Mayor, your silence on all these incidents makes you complicit. Council, you as well. It is past time, Mr. Mayor and Council, to do your job and just fix it. No one cares how you do it or what it looks like, whether it's administrative leave, early retirement, termination. Just fix it. Council has spent countless hours deliberating, debating, arguing with the city manager, trying to find solutions to problems management failures created. That time could have been better spent addressing other issues facing our city. Mr. Mayor and City Council, no one promised you your job would be easy. But if you continue to stay quiet and refuse to act, then maybe it's time for you to step down. Thank you.
Thank you. we've got Mrs. Nancy Karnotsky regarding city management.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Karnotsky. I live at 8 Cascade Road, Columbus. Based upon my research, the Columbus poverty rate is approximately 19%. Per the U.S. Census Bureau, the Columbus per capita income is $32,800 with a median household income of $56,600, which is $18,000 lower than the state of Georgia. So, Columbus has a high poverty rate and below average median income. Yet, the CCG employs 53 people who are paid an annual salary of more than $100,000. In most cases, much more. I remind you that CCG is not corporate America, whose top employees are paid from business finances, but is funded by the numerous, seemingly ever-increasing excessive taxes and fees paid by Columbus residents and business owners. Undeservingly, the highest paid CCG employee is the city manager, whose salary is an amazing $213,000 plus. His salary significantly exceeds that of even Governor Kemp's. The city manager and his 2 deputy city managers are paid combined salaries exceeding $500,000, not including benefits. Columbus, high poverty, below average income. Such an extremely above average salary allows no room for oversight, mismanagement, or misuse of position, but only a job performance of excellence. However, the city manager has fallen far short of performing even a satisfactory job. A few of the problems. 1, high crime rate. Supposedly, citizens have a 1 in 30 chance of becoming a victim of a violent or property crime. My family member is the victim of a very violent crime. 2, mismanagement of funds and excessive borrowing of money, putting we citizens in absolutely unnecessary debt. 3, the finance department, criminal investigation and the mystery of unaccounted for millions of dollars. 4, animal control, crimes committed, employees arrested. Thank God for paws. 5, questionable payments and raises to family, possibly others. 6, disregard for infrastructure, such as streets in desperate need of repaving. 7, garbage, millions spent, problems still exist, fees taken out of the pockets of citizens. Pools, closed for how many years? We'll believe the supposed reopenings when we see them. 9, failure for city funds to be available for city responsibilities. When the city is asked to do a job for which they're responsible, the response is, oh, we don't have money for that. Bad answer. 10, claiming to be uninformed of important issues, for example, a sports and entertainment facilities authority. 11, nepotism, definition. The practice among those with power or influence in favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. As a result of nepotism, some of the aforementioned problems occurred. 12, failing and or refusing to address the councilors directly during discussions at council meetings and instead addressing the mayor. The councilors represent the citizens and deserve respect. And as much as the city manager is retiring at the end of 2025, I implore you, in the best interest of we Columbus citizens, to take immediate action and replace him with someone who will perform the duties of the office in an impeccable manner, serving the people of this city and moving Columbus forward in a positive direction. In closing, the only CCG employees who rightfully deserve an above-average salary are the law enforcement officers who protect you and me, never knowing if they'll make it home safely at the end of their shift. May God bless them and their families. May God help each of you to do the right thing for the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Elamine. Teresa Elamine, representing Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding juvenile crime and murder count.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
On this historic occasion of the resignation of the matriarch of this body, I rise to salute her. Her integrity is unmatched among you as I watch that empty seat meeting after meeting. I anticipated this moment because her integrity is by far unmatched. Unmatched. She was the smartest one of you up here, and I was looking forward to the 2026 elections because I know that she would have run a good race with integrity. You have the information on the murder count. It speaks for itself. In honor of Judy Thomas, I will try to write a good crime prevention application for the Southern Anti-Racism Network to address the rising juvenile crime in this community. When the chief announced that an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old was going down for 4 counts of armed robbery, I thought I would lose my mind on February 25th. We must do something about the children we're losing. In honor of Judy Thomas, I will do my best work. Enough said. Let's do our best work in honor of Judy Thomas. This is a historic moment, Women History Month, and the matriarch has resigned because she has integrity. Good day. Good day.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next is Mr. John Anker regarding implementing positive change.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and all staff. My name is John Anker. I reside at 4755 Champions Way in Columbus, Georgia. The reason I'm here today is I want to help us implement positive change in our city. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call on you to take immediate action to terminate our city manager with cause. It doesn't give me pride, sir, to say that. We've heard Mr. Hughley's incidents that have sparked discussions about leadership, ethical standards, corruption by influence of public perception instead of performing his duties. We've heard the causes. We've heard the 4 directors that have secretly slipped into the dark, whether retirement or firing or any other method. Director of Parks and Rec with the private bank account, Mr. Hughley and Ledger said, "I know nothing." Director of Finance over the landfill fees that were lost, upwards of $5 million. I knew nothing. The Director of Business License Department retiring early in the middle of the investigation, $45 million, $2.5 million. Independent law firm saying it was 25, but it was all collectible. We haven't heard the end of that. Was it collected? No, it wasn't. I knew nothing. Animal control, he didn't listen to the outrage of the citizens coming forth. Knew nothing till multiple arrests that hurt everybody. What I see in common with these 4 directors and the manager is the refusal to listen. It's a failed leader with broken ethical standards, likely nepotism, such as a YouTube video of a young lady who claimed the way to get ahead in our city government was to adopt a like-minded belief of a city manager. All that happens to the underlings. They slip off into the dark. It's always establishing clear path of blame and never examining root cause, and we just saw that earlier in the meeting. We have a problem here, sir. It has gone on too long, and it cannot go on long enough, any longer. Simply put, we have a city manager who festers problems and does not create solutions to serve us. Like last week, if he was really serving and he was a good leader, when all the Parks and Recs and Civic Center employees came up here, maybe 40 or 50 of them, he would have turned to them and say, I've got your back because I'm the operations manager and I'm not going to let you down. As long as you're doing your job, performing your duties to the best of to the citizens and to this council, you would have been a good leader. But instead, you attacked council and you said, I know nothing about sports and entertainment district. I don't want a coup against the city as you did on a Friday at 10 a.m. I don't mean to direct you like that. I'll just talk to council. But you went to the Greater Bellwood Baptist Church, and this quote was in that meeting. By the next 2 elections, there will be an all-black council and a black mayor. You said also, end quote, what is said in this room stays in this room. But there was a witness who courageously came to this stage right here and witnessed that. He was not performing his duties at that moment during working hours, and he was influencing public perception of his own political agenda and going against the will of council and us. So council, I'd like you to act today if we're not going to get an action from our mayor. And Gary Allen, you're my counselor, sir, and there's a lot of your constituents in this room, and I'd like to ask you personally, we're frustrated and we would like real action and accountability. We want you to act courageously, as we want you all to. As a small business owner, it makes my stomach hurt when I have to fire somebody for cause. It should make my stomach hurt. This does not give me pleasure. But it is the hard job of a leader to take action, to move forward, to have continuous improvement. We can implement positive change that's going to help all citizens by starting with a new interim city manager today. Stop losing real cash, spending frivolously, and get the budget under control while we're in the budget season right now. This has the most impact to affect every citizen in this room with taxes, extra landfill fees, and costs for all of us going up. I'm here today for all citizens, not for me. I did not have joy in this. It is not an attack against you personally, sir. You've done good things, I know. But these are factual causes for termination, and the city is waiting for us to take action. And I do love Judy, and she did not approve this message, and I'm going to miss her as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, next, Mr. Wayne Hales, representing the Courier Echo Latino newspaper regarding city management.
Good morning, Mayor. Wayne Hales, 1705 Maysville Drive. As a newspaper publisher, I respect and honor the fact of free speech. You deserve that. It allows you to sit in the audience with a T-shirt talking against the city manager. It allows the public to come up here and talk disparagingly against the city manager. As I have seen over quite a few months, that this has been a personal attack. There's a difference from personal and professional. A lot of things that have been said today is not necessarily professional, it's personal. As a member of a newspaper, we have to report the facts. Okay, and so let me share some facts. And I've received a text from one of the city, I guess it had come to a city council member, and they talked about some words that were mentioned here, incompetent. How can you be incompetent if, as a city manager, you're known as the 12th best run city in America? Okay. But you've heard it's personal. Professionally, He has made this, the 2024 external audit is unmodified, clean audit opinion, and assured a general fund and federal dollars of $35.5 million, and that has been done by Malden and Jenkins, performing more than 776 audits for governments and local governments across the state. There have been 34 consecutive years of exemplary achievement from financial reporting. Impressive fund balance, rainy day fund over the last 5 years, no uncorrected misstatements. I'm telling you, all of this, and most of this is about personal. It's not, I don't even say it's black and white. It's not racist. It's personal versus professional. If you don't like the man, you don't like the man. But don't come up here talking to the man, calling him incompetent. That is a lie. The facts speak for itself. Everybody's up here with facts. These are some facts. And I don't know about you. I'd be cussing people out, city manager. And, you know, and my father's a Baptist minister. I'd probably have to cuss him out biblically and say, I wish all y'all crops wither and doggone the ravens pick at your seeds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Next is Reverend Johnny Flakes III regarding perspective on city management. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. City Manager, to the City Council, to Mr. City Attorney, to all of those who are sitting in this chamber, and to all of those who are looking through the television or live streaming, I too want to say to Councilwoman Thomas, may God bless you and may God keep you. But I am very disturbed by how I hear false narratives continuously to be created. We are here, and I want those who remain to stand, the pastors and the clergy of the IMA, if you would please stand, please. Those who are here who were able to remain. Those who are here from the Divine Nine, those who are fraternity as well as sororities who are here, and those who are community citizens, those who are church members, who are a part of this great community. They are here. And I want to just share with you just the facts. Not anything personal, but just the facts. Brother Hale has already told us some of the facts, but when you look at the GFOA, 34 consecutive years of exemplary achievement for financial reporting, I don't know if you all know what the GFOA really means. So let me just go ahead and tell you the significance of the GFOA. What it stands for is the Government Finance Officers Association. It's not a fly-by-night group. It was founded in 1906. Who does it represent? It represents the public finance officials throughout the United States and Canada. The 34 consecutive years that this particular organization, this association, awarded this city in finance the award for excellence in government finance. What are the recognition criteria? It recognized innovative programs, contributions to the practice of government finance that exemplify outstanding financial management. The award stressed practical, documented work that offers leadership to the profession and promotes improved public finance. 34 consecutive years under the leadership of this city manager and its executive team. Finance. Impressive fund balance, rainy day fund over the last 5 years. That's a fact. No uncorrected misstatements. That's a fact. AA+ and AA2 bond rating, credit rating from Standard & Poor's and Moody bond rating agencies, which indicates a strong, healthy financial profile. That's a fact. Pension fund, 103.84% funded in general fund and 97.27% funded in public safety. That's a fact. The CCG that was mentioned is in a strong liquid position, a strong financial state. CCG end of year assets is listed at $1.4 billion, not million, billion dollars. Liabilities, $776 million. Revenues, $478 million. Expenses, $407 million. The ending net position is $618 million. That's a fact. Now, throughout Columbus, Georgia, if you've been following, and we have to inform our citizens of Columbus, Muskogee County, we have 1.2 billion capital infrastructure projects in process right now. We talked about and we heard even today, the momentum of the city is strong. The momentum of the city is moving forward. And so I just want to leave this with you, Mr. Mayor, and this city. Now, in light of all the facts regarding our city, we have some people who want to cast a dark cloud over our city and perpetuate division and constantly attack the city manager
Pastor Flakes,
and this team.
come back for 3 more minutes. I'll handle it from the chair. We don't need any help from the audience. You need to come back and take it 3 minutes after. Sorry. We'll bring you back for 3 more minutes, sir. I hate to do it, but trying to be consistent to everybody.
Well, thank you so very much.
Yes, sir, Pastor.
But we do know there are some who are just not like us.
All right. Next is Mr. Danny Arancibia regarding perspective on the management of the city. Mr. Arancibia, you'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. It is after 12. Good afternoon, everyone in this room. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Danny Arancibia, 9125 Garrett Lake Drive, Midland, Georgia, 31820. 2 things. Number 1, I've been here since 1999. I've been to numerous council meetings since, and I will not forgive myself if I don't say thank you to Councilor Judy Thomas. As a matter of fact, if she's still watching, I hope she is, I would ask that we just stand and give her a round of applause for her service. I know that once she started pointing, boy, you better have done your homework, because I know she did. I promise. It's a difficult thing to lead. Sometimes I'll see y'all out in the community. I can't even have a 2-minute conversation with you, Charmaine Travis, about real estate without your phones going off 3, 4, 5 times, and texts, emails, your inboxes are never empty. Sometimes you're asking yourself, how do these folks even get my number? Guess what? It was probably me. Don't be mad at me, but sometimes I do give your numbers out. And if you have a concern, reach out, because I know they care enough about their districts to see it done right. I do want to thank all the citizens that came today. Isn't that what we love about democracy, that we can show up here, voice our concerns, wear whatever we want? And we have that freedom to do so in this very room. We come here and sometimes we do challenge our leadership. But let's be honest, I believe we can all do just a little better, every single one of us. Every single one of us. Now, if you come here and you voice your concerns to this council, and you come here and you voice your grievances, your concerns, and you're still not being heard, or you feel like you're not being heard, by all means, go out into the public. Convince me. Convince your peers in this room to vote for you. If you think you can do it better, then go do it. Get on the ballot. Can I get an amen to that? Amen. I'll be brief. Almost done. Citizens, we live in a great town. I want y'all to look at the leadership. We live in a great town because of y'all. Leaders, look behind me. Look at this audience. We live in a great town because of them. There is just one thing that I'm going to ask, and I'm finishing. Just one thing. Actually, no, I'm going to challenge us. Better yet, we've been challenged enough already today. I'm going to insist. I'm going to insist on just one thing and one thing alone. That we never forget one of the reasons why we love our beloved city so much is because we can never forget that we will always put our people first, put our people first before our politics. Let's never forget that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danny. All right. And there are a few folks that didn't get to finish, and we've made notes, and we'll invite you back to the clerk's agenda. Mr. City Manager, it's your agenda. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few things on my agenda, but I would like to just say first that I have been with the city of Columbus. October 1st will be 41 years. And I've seen some highs and I've seen some lows here in our city. But I can tell you today, 20 years as city manager, I've been able to build a good team. They work hard, they're committed, and they're dedicated to this city and to this government. They work long hours, they work weekends. People around this table email, text us 24/7. And when you do, we respond. But our momentum is strong. I don't care what anybody says. The momentum is strong, financially and otherwise. And of course, I could get into a response point by point on what I've heard here today. But when you tell me about a Parks and Rec challenge, we are a large government. We have 3,300 employees. We have a budget of $366 million. You heard $1.2 billion in capital infrastructure projects that we're doing right now. But you heard, the thing that you heard about 12th best run city in America, Google Wallet Hub, wallet like your wallet, Hub, best run cities in America. I didn't make that list. There are 150 cities on that list for Wallet Hub. Columbus, Georgia is the 12th best run city in America. The only other Georgia city on that list is Atlanta, Georgia. They are ranked at 125. There's another group called Stacker that came out with a list a week or so ago. Stacker looked at the 50 best run cities in America. The 50 best run cities in America. Stacker, S-T-A-C-K-E-R. Columbus is on that list as number 29 as the best run city in America on their list out of 50. There are no other Georgia cities on there. You know, Malden and Jenkins, they did the audit, and yeah, we've had some challenges. I want to look in the camera if I can. There's no such thing as $45 million missing. No such thing. Now, did we have some uncollected business license as we went through that period of COVID? Yes. I think it was $2.5 million. Uncollected, but collectible. In other words, we had to go out, and we're still out there knocking on the doors of businesses to say, you need to come. You know that you need a business license. You know that. I don't have to tell you. You need to come and pay your business license. One particular business, Chuck E. Cheese, to be very specific, we had to go hire outside lawyers to get them to get their business license current. And so we've got challenges, yes, but our momentum is strong. And, you know, when people, you know, as the Bernstein Bears say, no matter how you hope, no matter how you try, you cannot make truth out of a lie. And so I'm saying to you, you can spin it, package it any way you want. Bottom line is our momentum is strong. With that, Mayor, I'm moving on to the agenda. First on my agenda, I've got a lease agreement, 1148 Broadway. It's the Synovus Bank with an ATM.
Second. Motion second to approve item 1, the lease agreement on Broadway. Any discussion of that item? To the motion. Get you? Councilor Davis?
Yes, because somebody just, I'm curious, how did we come up with the $200 per month?
Just based on the space that they need. I mean, it's just an ATM that we really want to be there for convenience for people.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, how did we come up with the $200 a month? What's how do you factor that?
Do you have that? Yeah.
Do we have to pay for electricity and all that kind of stuff for the machine?
She's going to answer your question.
So the other ATM lease agreements that we have throughout the city are $150 a month. This particular one is inside our building, and we had to make some adjustments in order for that ATM to remain. This is at City Hall, and that was part of our purchase and sale agreement that we had with Synovus. So we increased it to $200 per month because we will be covering just the power, just the electricity. But they're responsible for everything else related to that machine.
So we have to cover the power and
Yes, that's correct.
what? Okay.
Just the power.
Do you have any idea how many people will use that machine in a month?
I do not know.
Okay. Thank you.
So was there a vote on that, Mayor?
No, we need to get that put up on the screen. Councilors, if you would, please enter your votes. Councilor Crabb, we're still missing one.
No, I do have something that I want to bring up during the city manager's agenda. It could be at the end, but I just wanted to put that on the table.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
So, Mayor, next I've got the sheriff. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that passes.
Okay.
So item 2 is, you've brought that one forward. There's a motion and a second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion to that item?
And that's a grant for the sheriff, no match, for an opportunity to assist with dismantling gangs and disrupting violent crime.
Okay. Please put it on the screen and allow the councilors to enter their votes. All right, and that's approved.
And Mayor, you should have been, around the table, they should have been given and 2 add-ons for fire EMS. And Mayor, you know, I just want to comment. I heard someone comment that you addressed the mayor instead of councilors. You know, during my Robert Rules of Order days, you address the chair, not specific members.
Right.
And so that's ingrained in me. So I just wanted to be clear that it's no disrespect to a city councilor. It's, you know, you should always address through the chair to individuals. So no disrespect. So it's my understanding, and I just received these a little while ago. I know they went to the city attorney's office, and somehow there was a delay, and they're time sensitive. And these are grants with no match, both Homeland Security grants. I'll say number 3 is the one for $37,752. Funding will be used for new hazmat equipment. There's no match. And then 4 is for $63,462. And these funds will be used for rescue equipment and training for fire EMS, and there is no match.
All right, we had a motion by Councilor Tucker and a second from Councilor Crabb. Any further discussion on these items, these add-ons? All right, since they are an add-on, I guess we'll just do a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved.
I've got a number of purchases.
I'd like to take that
Okay. Well, let's go through them one at a time then. If you've got something on, you say you have a question on all of them? Well, let's just start down through there, and if we can get.
Well, and let me just say, Mayor, and I'm going to have the finance director to address, because it's A1 and A2 and so forth and so on through all the alphabets. And you typically don't see an A1 and an A2, but in this case, it's all equipment for public works. And we're using the GMA lease pool. And I want the finance director to explain the GMA lease pool. That's Georgia Municipal Association lease pool, if you would. Yeah, the lease pool. Just how that works.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
She's not sick, it's just her voice.
Right.
I made sure.
I hope you can hear me. So what the items listed on the agenda, as the city manager mentioned, are lease purchase agreements with the GMA lease pool. Essentially, this is replacement of equipment. We have existing leases in the integrated waste fund, as well as the stormwater fund. Those were incorporated as part of the FY25 budget, so this is not something that is new. These lease equipment leases were programmed as part of the FY25 budget. So this is just our ability to make those purchases and to also enter into a lease agreement with GMA to repay that back over a period of time, as opposed to outright purchasing millions and millions of dollars in capital equipment. We're able to pay it off over time. So.
And so I just, Mayor, wanted to, because we've got them listed in an awkward way that you don't typically see, I wanted to explain that.
Okay.
So at any rate, so we do have purchases. Was there another question?
Yeah, Councilor Tucker.
Yes, this is actually coming from the citizens because they've been looking at the agenda, and what was mentioned, I think some of the purchases, it was an RFP that was sent out. Was that in 2022? In reference to, I'm trying to see which agenda item. But it says within the, I'm trying to look, the purchase will be accomplished by, I guess, the cooperative purchase. That part is the RFP. So this RFP was set up to actually make the purchases. It's just explaining in you explained, and it was kind of cracking. So the RFP for the cooperative purchase, that's what that was for us to actually do this. Can you explain that within? So when you open the attachment, it talks about, it is requested that council approve the purchase of one Caterpillar, but it says that throughout each attachment, you know, what the item is.
Yeah.
And then it mentions the RFP 092222. So that RFP, was that what was set up so we can actually make the purchase?
So it sounds like, you know, maybe there was an RFP and we went through the cooperative purchase group. It sounds like that's what they're asking.
So the verbiage that's listed there is our ability to actually make the purchase through a competitive contract, whether it's through our cooperative agreement.
Mayor, if you would turn that mic on for her.
Oh, I didn't know it was off. I'm sorry. Did you hit the button? Hit the button there. Okay, I got you.
All right, there we go. Yes, so when it says that we are purchasing via Sourcewell contract or some other cooperative, that is our authority to make that purchase because there was an RFP that was put out either by Sourcewell or by some other cooperative that was done through a competitive process. So a lot of times we piggyback off of either state contract or some other cooperative contract because there was a competitive process that was done to facilitate the purchase. Otherwise, we would be putting out our own RFP to make the purchase, but utilizing cooperative contracts allows us to forego us putting out an individual RFP. The RFP process has already been done.
I don't want you to talk so much, but I feel it's so bad. Okay, so this basically helped us bypass having to go through an RFP.
Our own RFP.
Our own RFP process to enter into this purchase agreement with or buy, I guess. To buy purchase. Or enter the purchase agreement.
To buy the
Purchase off
yes.
that
From the
agreement
vendor.
that has already gone through an RFP process that matches our RFP process, and it's a statewide contract.
Or nationwide.
Or nationwide, yeah.
Okay. And another question, and you said it and then it was cracking. So were the purchases that's listed, I guess, A through F, are they're part of the current budget year or a previous budget year?
Current year.
So it's in the current year?
Yes.
Okay. I was just asking, we received some emails in reference to these purchases, so I just wanted to make sure that the questions were answered and it went through a RFP process through the state, and we were able to use that RFP process because it mirrored ours, what we would do in order to make these purchases, which are in the current year's budget.
That's correct.
So it's no additional money. That's really what the question is.
Yes.
Is this money not in the current budget?
It is in the budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mayor, I can go through each of these.
Well, Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. I have a question on number F. On that resolution, it states in number 2, it gives the option, to check a box that's applicable. One box says an appropriation in the city's current operating budget has previously been made, which shall be sufficient to pay the rentals and the termination payment during the starting term under such lease supplement. And then the second box says an appropriation from unappropriated and unreserved funds in the city's current operating budget is hereby made for the rentals and the termination payment during the starting term under such lease supplement, and the budget of the city is hereby amended to reflect such appropriation to the extent necessary. what are your, it gives you the option to check one of those two. What are your intentions? Which box do you intend to check?
I don't have the document in front of me, but what I can say is that lease, that resolution is a standard resolution that we have to have when we submit the lease paperwork with GMA. I do believe, and I don't want to say specifically which box that it is that you're supposed to check, but there has to be language in the lease agreement that gives an out, well, not an out, so to speak, but that has to address the fact that as a government, we can only obligate one fiscal year at a time, so to speak.
So I would think that it was box 1, because those are appropriations in the city's current operating budget. I mean, if you were to check box number 2, you're using unappropriated and unreserved funds from the city's, so we don't want to do that, I wouldn't think.
Sounds like box 1 would be the box that would be checked.
The second box?
The first box.
The first
Based on what you read. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, I would like to make sure that on F, that there's an amendment or something that says that they'll check the first box and not the second box. I'd like to make that in a motion.
This will be reviewed by the city attorney?
Yes, it all goes through the city attorney's office.
Yeah.
Before we
Lucy,
enter
can you
into the
advise?
actual lease agreement.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Madam.
Did you hit your button? Hit your button, Madam. Hit your light.
I apologize for calling you by your first name.
If you simply want it noted that the first box is what will be checked, that can certainly be made clear on the record.
Then I make
This
that
is just a
motion.
form of the document. But if you want to make that stipulation.
Do what? I didn't hear him. All right, we have a motion and a second? Okay. I didn't hear either one of them. So there's a motion second on just restricting it to checking that first box. All right. Did it hit your light? I got to start turning some of y'all. Did you hit it? It ain't coming on. There you go.
There we go. Can you comment on that?
On the box?
Yeah, you okay with it?
Yes, but certainly what I would prefer is that you yield to the city attorney's office, and obviously once they go through the review, they'll say box 1 or box 2, and so that we don't say box 1 today and box 1 only, or box 2 today. I mean, yield to the city attorney. And of course, finance will be communicating with them, and we're going to do the right thing.
As a matter of clarification, we always check the first box.
Okay, so.
Okay, that's good, because this goes back to, I'm sorry, this goes back to the situation that I talk about when we have the external audit, where he gives us that chart, and there's our reserves, and then there's appropriated, and there's unappropriated. And the way I read this, that we have appropriated the funds in our budget for this rental, but and those are what I want used. I don't want the unappropriated and unreserved funds to be used for this, because that's like adding to your budget. So that's why I say that I want us to stick to the budget, the things that have been appropriated for use in this budget. That's
So 1 is what we always do.
I do have another question concerning this lease. I received this from a constituent. Let me find it now. A constituent from Windsor Park. So we called the city to order another green yard waste can. They said they are no longer selling those cans, and that we can use any can and they will pick them up now. I'm confused by this, as just a couple of months ago, they said they would no longer be picking up other cans, just passing on the info. Is that why we're getting a rear loader, so that other cans can be used?
Well, I'm going to have the director to respond to this, what she just read about no longer green, what'd you say?
It said, they said they are no longer giving or selling those cans, the green yard waste cans, and that we can use any can and they will pick them up now. I'm confused by this, as just a couple of months ago, they said they would no longer be picking up other cans.
No, that's incorrect. They were informed incorrectly. You want to talk, John? Come on.
Good afternoon.
So what, can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Okay.
We are allowing them to use the personal cans for additional green cans for the yard waste only. We've never sold a second green cart, so they have been allowed to use plastic bags for their personal carts.
But that hasn't changed.
That hasn't changed at all.
From day one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, we still have a motion on the table. Councilor Crabb made the motion to just check box one. I think Councilor Hickey seconded it. Yes. So let's clean that up. I mean, I don't know that, I mean, we can put it in the record or we can just allow it to be done administratively, but.
On this item, on this particular item.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Box one it is.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to have this discussion and give this clarification, because there are some people out there that don't know.
Yeah,
And so
and-
I just want us to be on the same
Right.
foot. And
So if I can give some clarity to that, they can only use those personal carts or those bags for yard waste only. Garbage, you know, everything has to go inside the cart, the black cart or the brown cart if they have both.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so it's because it's yard waste.
Absolutely.
And so are these trucks being rented for yard waste, these rear loaders?
Those are little mini pump trucks that we use in the Bibb City area where it's, we can't get the big equipment through right now, so we use the little Tonka trucks, we call them, 11 cubic yard trucks, to service those areas safely.
the narrow,
Okay,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
okay. Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I'm trying to figure, where are we? Did someone approve all the purchases and I just need to go through them? Okay, so I will just tell you what they are.
Okay.
And you know that all of
So
them.
we have not voted on all the ordinances, on all the purchases. So there is a motion to approve all of the remaining purchases. All right, with the exception of H. And
Okay.
there is a second to that? Second. All right. Any discussion? Anybody want to pull any of the others? All right. If you would put that on the screen, and council, just remember that when you'll vote one time, but it'll be for through G and I. There we go. All right, it is approved.
So
we still have H to deal with.
Okay, so Mayor, A is a Caterpillar bulldozer for public works. B is another Caterpillar bulldozer. I'm sorry, A, and then A2 is a GMA lease. And so B1 would be 2 Genesis recycler combination sewer cleaners for public works. And then there's B2. And then C would be a combination sewer cleaner for public works. D is 3 Peterson TL3 grapple 30-yard trucks for public works. E would be 2 40-yard grapples for Public Works. F would be a 1-yard Viper rear load refuse truck for Public Works. G is the Muskogee County Jail roof project. I think H was pulled. Let me just go ahead and do I was various equipment for the Civic Center using the Friends of Columbus account. And J, flooring Civic Center using $67,000 using Friends of account. And then there was H was an amendment. 8 for space planning and design professional services for the Judicial Center using SLAM, our architect that you're familiar with, in the amount of $294,000 for additional design costs related to floor plan changes in Judicial Center and City Hall projects. And as we are moving through this project, we are going to get to a point, obviously, there can be no changes, but Amendment 8 includes design costs associated with floor plan changes. For the Judicial Center, it's $194,000, which includes revising the main entry lobby, adding space for the Office of Dispute Resolution and Hope Harbor at the request of the Superior Court judges. Also includes revision of the Clerk of Court's space to accommodate the 7 additional employees that were added during the budget process last year when we went through the budget. The council added 7 new positions for the Clerk of Superior Court. And so for City Hall, the total cost are $100,000. That brings it to the $294,000. Were there other questions about that?
Councilor Tucker.
Yeah, I was trying to capture everything that you were saying. Is this a additional expense, or was this budgeted in the total amount?
This is in the total amount.
It's already, what was
Yes.
the budget amount for the Judicial Center?
I'll have to get the exact amount. Do you know the exact amount? For the whole project? Yeah, for the whole project. Ryan, what, yeah.
Are you referring for the Judicial Center?
Yeah, for the entire project.
So the total project budget's $207.5 million. That's broken down between design, construction, furniture. There's other expenses, the city's incurred with that. But we're still within that 207.5.
Okay, so that was really the question. Are we, with this addition, are we still within that $275 million budget?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
was this over that budget?
No,
That
this
was the
is,
question.
yeah, we'll still be within that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve H then? So moved. All right, well, first, there's a motion and second to approve item H. All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
And
That complete. You just
well,
finished.
I was just going to mention that there were a few off-the-lot purchases for the sheriff and the police department, a few vehicles. You don't need to approve those, but we did. The sheriff had a 2025 Ford F-150. He also had a 2025 Tahoe, and CPD had 4 Explorers that we purchased off the lot.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. If, before we get into the presentations, I wanted to bring back a vote that we had last session. It's my understanding that if we wanted to make any changes to a vote that we had to bring it in the session following that, when that vote was taken. And I wanted to bring something up for discussion at this table. I think all of the counselors received the correspondence that I had with Keith Stevens from the EPD. And the last letter, the last email that I received from him yesterday, it noted that the facility, the landfill, is currently out of compliance with the requirements, and that I wanted to make a change to that vote, that the money that we set aside for opening up cell 5 be transferred to putting us in compliance on cell 4, because it's my understanding that if cell 4 is not in compliance, then we will never get the approval from EPD for the vertical extension, and we can't close it out either. It has to be in compliance for the city to move forward and do anything with that cell. And so I think that we should focus on getting that cell right before we start focusing on something else.
So Mayor, let us hear from our consultant who came back to be with us today.
Okay.
On what she just said.
Also, Keith Stevens is waiting for a response from you.
Yeah, we are in the response and comment phase on the major modification right now, so we do expect to have those comments back in this week. I thought they were going to go back in yesterday, but we're waiting on some survey data from the site. So I don't think phase 4 is out of compliance. I think what he's referring to is there was a comment in there that it looks like there are some phases that have been overfilled, and that has to do with the survey. They're not actually overfilled. And the landfill staff has been doing an investigation right now to go out and dig down to the edge of liner to see if there is any trash that's outside the edge of liner. And then we're getting those surveyed right now, and then that's going to go back in as a part of the response. So that work's already being conducted right now. I think what he's saying is that the plans are not approvable as is right now because we're in that response and comment phase. So it's not going to take much effort to get it to that spot where it's going to be able to be approved.
He told me your calculations were off and that you needed to recalculate.
Yeah, like I said, there is a give and take during this process where they look at our calculations. They want it to be more conservative. I don't think they were wrong, but they probably want it to be more conservative. So we're going back in with a response, and we will give them what they want, which is probably a more conservative calculation.
So council was led to believe that this was an emergency situation that EPD had not been responding to you, and that we didn't know when EPD would respond to us, and so we had to hurry up and open up cell 5.
Yeah, I never portrayed that we were waiting on EPD. Like I said in my presentation, I said that we're in that response and comment phase. The point I was trying to make is that they delayed it for 2.5 years after we submitted the D&O plans. And if that 2.5 years hadn't occurred, we would have the permit now. That response and comment phase would have happened back in late 2021. It probably would have taken a year, maybe a little bit more during that phase to get the actual approval. And we'd have that permit now. And if we had that permit right now, you probably would have been started filling in the terraces on phases 1 through 4 in probably early 2023. And if that happened, we would not be talking about building phase 5 right this second. But because we had that 2.5 year delay, that's why we're talking about building phase 5 right now, so.
Councilor Chambers.
Yes, quick question.
Yeah, sure.
So the survey is to evaluate phases 1 through 4, correct?
Yes.
To determine if they're in compliance or overfilled or?
Yeah, so on the plans, it looks like there is some overfilling, and that's why they said we can't move forward until you resolve this. So we said, okay, and so we went back out. The landfill staff right now is excavating to the edge of liner. We took pictures. We showed that there actually is no waste outside of the edge of the liner. It's all in compliance, and they're doing the as-built survey right now so that we can send that back into Keith, and he'll have what he needs to approve the permit. So.
Will you have that by the end of before the end of this month where your extension expires?
Yeah, like I said, we're planning on going back in with our response to their comments by the end of this week.
So do you need any extra funds in order to meet this criteria that they asked for in their November 8th, 2024 letter?
No, we already have that funding to respond to the comments, so, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
I'll drop my motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, we have Haley Tillery here to do an update on the Trade Center parking garage. Welcome, Haley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, City Council. I'm very excited to share some plans for the Trade Center today. I do have Scott Holmes with me with Heck Berdershaw, who will be presenting with me as well. A couple months ago last year, there was an RFP that went out for a new renovated parking garage for the Trade Center. When this RFP went out, it did ask the community wanted to get more involved to see what was going on. So we had a community meeting with the historic district, as well as being able to make sure that everyone knew the transparency that we have and want to make sure that the citizens know we are part of the Trade Center and we want it to be successful. Parking is an issue. With that meeting, one thing that was expressed is for us to be able to present a master plan. And from that, having a parking study where the experts come back and give the data to show if this is going to take place, what does that parking garage look like? What does the location need to look like? How will traffic flow take place? But the master plan, as you know, is going to provide more details on where we see the future. So today, you're going to hear a little bit about that master plan that came from the expert, one being right beside me right here. And I do want you to know that all of this has been presented to the Trade Center Authority. It has been presented and it has been voted in favor and support of what you'll see as scenario 1 in today's presentation. And as a reminder, we exist for the citizens and we exist for economic impact, bringing people to Columbus. With the growth of the Trade Center and what we see on the horizon, it's time to plan now so we can keep that infrastructure going and keep the citizens seeing that we are doing all we can to see people why we are the best second city in the state of Georgia, maybe one day the first. I want you to know that in this plan, please know this is a big picture. This is not all the details. This is just showing what could come in the future, but the many small details will come down the line. Those details will be transparent. We will include the historic district in this process. We know that they're part of our community because we're historic as well. The Trade Center's been there since 1853. It's 3 phases. The first one is parking, which is the issue we want to resolve, the major issue we want to resolve. The second one down the line is going to be green space. How can we incorporate more green space down in this community? Something that is desired not only by our citizens, but our clients who are coming to the city of Columbus. And in the future, what does it look like for hotel infrastructure? Having an official convention hotel where we can also be able to accommodate more citizens and be able to support the clients that are coming in from out of town. So I say all this today to let you know that the Trade Center Authority voted for approval of scenario 1, scenario A, and I want Scott to be able to share this presentation so you can see the big picture on what the future looks like for the Trade Center. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Again, Scott Holmes with Heck Berdershaw Architects, and I've been working on the Trade Center for about 25 years now, so this is a project that's near and dear to my heart and always will be. So, like you said, we're going to address a couple things here, make sure I got it. So, parking, green space, and a hotel. And parking, what we're trying to do is capture everyone that's using the Trade Center and keep them on the Trade Center property, because today that's not happening. the existing deck is being utilized, but it is not built for modern vehicles. It doesn't allow for any larger vehicles to go in there. So a lot of these traffic is being littered among, the historic district and neighboring communities as well. So we're trying to do that, make the parking study to see where it's going, where it needs to go, and how we resolve that. So the first item we looked at was parking study. So our process was we hired a traffic engineering firm, which we are not. We're architects and planners. So we engaged Sane & Associates in October, and they studied two main events. One was Christmas at the South, which is a weekend-long event with people coming and going at all times. You've also got vendors parking all on the road. You've got their trailers. You've got their large vehicles that won't fit in a deck. And then we studied the Affleck Christmas party, where everybody's coming in at one time, fully loading the deck, and everybody's exiting at one time. So after those studies, they got the report completed in about February. So what they looked at was two different scenarios. Scenario A was building two separate decks, one 5-story deck at the existing Marriott lot, surface lot, and a second deck in the existing Trade Center parking lot deck. And then if you ever had the hotel room, that would go with the deck number two. So the pros of this is during construction, we're able to leave the existing deck in place and have that parking all throughout construction of the deck that goes on the Marriott property. When it's complete, you'll have multiple egress and ingress points for two separate decks. You'd have 3 egress points and 3 egress points, which will keep traffic out of the historic district, and you'll unload those parking garages quicker. Also with this deck, you'll have an overhead walkway that will connect to the center of the Trade Center. Right now, as you guys know, on the existing deck, you're on one end of the Trade Center and you have to walk all the way through the Trade Center proper to get to the other side. During construction, there'll be no remote parking at all because you would have the existing deck available the entire time. And if the Trade Center, the hotel delayed in occurring with a developer, that deck could remain in place until that happened. If you tore down that deck in scenario B, which we'll get to, you'll be on the developer's timeline, not our timeline. So the cons to it is there is 2 separate construction projects, so it'll be a longer actual construction time. But the pros far outweigh the cons, and that's why scenario A was selected and by the traffic consultant and by the authority. So I'm going to go through scenario B real quick. So it would have one larger deck with one ingress and egress point. That deck would have to be like 7 levels tall next to the Trade Center. You would leave the surface lots as they exist today. But if you're building that deck, the first thing you've got to do is tear down the existing deck. So that means for at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years, you're going to be remote parking and parking a longer distance away, which she would have to tell all of her clients, we don't have parking right next to the facility today. So that, the longer construction time, longer unloading of the deck, all these factors pointed to scenario A being selected by the authority and the traffic consultant. So what we're going to do is focus on scenario A. So the first slide you see is how it exists today, the existing parking deck and the surface parking lot on the Marriott property. This scenario, and as Haley said, we don't get caught up in this is exactly what it looks like. We're doing more massing studies, how things can work. So this is showing a 5-story garage, and I'll zoom in, on the Marriott property with a connector that goes across. You'll also notice that we tried not to fill up the entire lot there. We went a little bit taller so we could have a green space for a buffer to the historic district there, and also set up an even smaller buffer in front of it where we could house the tractors and, the trailers on the cars or RVs for the talent that comes in. There's also an opportunity to add that to the other side as well. So this is trying to be more sympathetic to the historic district so we don't have a large structure right up to the property line and create some of the green space that we'll talk about later as well. So this is another shot from higher up above. We didn't have the actual size of the houses and the homes in the area before. So we're trying to show that scale-wise, what they look like with all the green space around it and how they impact the homes around the facility will. So the next shot's another view looking back at it, looking down the river, back at the hotel, up the river, looking at the hotel in the background and the parking garage as well. One more shot showing, so there would be an egress point that we would add so you could come out and go to Broad instead of just Front Avenue. And there's an opportunity potentially to have that drive coming out of the existing service drive for the hotel as well. So that will be phase one, would be build that garage, have that green space in the connector, and phase two, then we would demolish the existing parking garage and build a smaller parking garage there that would end up being the court to the hotel in the future. So I don't really see a scenario where we wouldn't leave the existing garage there until the hotel came. There's no need to tear that down and be without that. So I think we can wait till that development comes and utilize the existing garage. This is kind of a shot showing both garages in place with no hotel. And then down the street, looking at the garage in the neighborhood that exists. So the next thing we looked at was green space. So we have a lot of areas inside to rent, but there's never a space outside if somebody wanted to have an outdoor wedding or an outdoor concert at the Trade Center. So one of the opportunities we looked at was the existing fountain area that's there. And we've got a design, we're all creatures of habit, so when I walk to the Trade Center, I come straight down the angle by the fountain. So we've kind of kept that same concept, but building up on either side of this to create a green space in the middle that can be utilized. This is the shot. We have a control point at the entry and the exit. Just so you have an event in there, you can control it. So if you're having a wedding, we cannot let everybody come through. So this is actually walking from the Trade Center into the space. You can see we've got a stage set up. They could have a backdrop. That's like 125 chairs there, so you can fit a lot of people in there. Our intent would be for that to not be actual grass, but to be turf. So it's green all year long. If it rained in the morning, you can still have an event that afternoon. And then we've got greenery on the sides that create a berm around it. So you're in this exterior space. You don't see the parking lot anymore from the side like you do today. This is a shot from the top if you're just walking through the space underneath the big truss that's there going into the Trade Center. And we've also created, and as you exit, if the bride's leaving with her dad or with her husband at that point, then we've also created some space on top of the berms that would be, we think, turf as well. So it's a spot, if there is a concert, you can bring your lawn chair, sit up there, enjoy it. But we use those berms because we're cutting a lot of the earth out where the fountain was, and we had that left over. We said, why not make it an architectural feature? So it'll be ground cover on the slopes and then more turf up top and trees. So you can have some areas to watch the event from afar or from above as well. So the next item we looked at was the hotel, the third priority. And so this is a scenario where the hotel is on the river adjacent to the parking garage, and like the smaller parking garage. Like I said, I don't see a scenario where the parking garage doesn't happen without without the hotel going with it. There's no need to demolish that existing garage. It does need some repair, but no need to demolish it. What we've done is we've set up a court, a drive-in, so you can see the hotel from the front avenue. And you've also got views past the hotel, past the Space Science Center to the river as well. So it'll have a presence from Front Avenue, whereas if the garage went all the way across, you have to drive through the garage getting to that. It also provides some stack space off of Front Avenue, so people aren't backing up when they're leaving and coming in and out of the garage, or when they're leading up to the hotel, they can have room to stack, unload, and go carry on from there. Next slide we show, you can see all the garages. This will be the final pieces of the master plan. You've got the new garage at the Marriott property, the smaller garage adjacent to the Trade Center, and then the hotel all, and seeing how they fit in the fabric and how it kind of stair steps up to the hotel that exists today for the Marriott property. Then another shot from the other side, showing the green space that exists, the new green space, and how it relates to the existing structures today. One more shot just showing an aerial view of all three pieces together as they fit in the context as it is, and one last shot, I believe, looking down broad and seeing how it relates to the existing houses. So that's the master plan. Quickly, and again, you don't get caught up on the look of things. This is just kind of the massing and how it works. There is an opportunity for the Marriott lot to be a longer, wider, smaller, or shorter deck, but you would not have that green space. So we thought it was more sympathetic to have the green space and go a little bit taller.
Councilor Kogel?
Thank you, Haley and Scott. Hey, I just wanted to give you a high five on your transparency with this project. I think it's the amount of time that you've spent in the historic district asking or answering questions and calming fears and settling down concerns, and then also meeting those concerns as well. So thank you for putting all that work in. Thank you for adding those extra views. I think that's very helpful for particularly that neighborhood to see what it looks like looking south down Broadway. So I know for my perspective, it's easier to envision what it will look like looking down into the historic district. So thank you, and I hope you can continue being as transparent as you have been. So thanks.
Absolutely. And just to echo what you just said, that is the goal through this whole process. I mean, we want to conclude the historic district. Once a vendor is selected for the parking garage, having them voice their opinions on the design of it, how it's going to mesh well with the historic feel, and make sure that's part of the whole historic district as a whole.
Sorry, can you, just for the people who are watching, note on how many additional parking spots are going to be, how many are in the old garage right now, and then how many you're talking about adding?
Right. So the existing garage has under 400, like 380, and a lot of those are, you can count the space, but a modern vehicle could not fit in there, so I don't think they can even get that many in there. And we were looking at a 400 or 500 car garage at Marriott, and then a 200 or 250 at the hotel.
Okay.
Is what we're showing.
And that's with the buses. I know if you've ever been downtown on Front Avenue and during Thespian weekend and during and field trips by the Space Science Center. So that also includes all the bus parking, any potential entertainment parking as well, correct?
Correct. Yes, we had that next to the green space was the bus parking, and I think there may be additional space on the other side of the deck to do that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Appears to be all the questions.
Is that it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
Appreciate you. So, Mayor, next I've got Fifth Avenue Trail Connector. I've got Mitchell Greenway from Stantec that's going to talk to us today. Mitchell has been with us a number of times before, so glad to have you. Just a clicker here. Okay. All right.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. I appreciate the invitation to update you on the Fifth Avenue project. If you recall, this is a TIA project that is to install a trail from the 14th Street connector. Is it?
No, you don't have to get closer, but just speak a little louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's to connect the 14th Street connector to the Linwood connector. But essentially, it is a trail extension from 10th Street up to 14th Street, where it will tie into existing trails on both ends. We have a concept report that has been approved by GDOT, by the TIA office for this project, and we're currently in the preliminary design phase. When we last spoke about this project, I believe there were some questions on why we selected to put the trail on the west side of Fifth Avenue versus the east side of Fifth Avenue. And I went through some of the challenges that we saw on the east side. And we gave a magnitude of cost for those challenges. And I think y'all had requested some harder numbers for us to look at that. So we've revisited that. And just really quick, I wanted to go through and just as a reminder of some of the things that we pointed out before. I won't spend a lot of time on these. On the east side, there's more significant signal impacts at the 11th Street intersection. Move up to 12th Street, there's some more challenging grading concerns here, retaining wall that could be historic that we discussed, but could also have some schedule implications for the project. And then moving up to 13th Street, there is a drainage structure on the east side right where the trail would go. That drainage structure would have to be relocated, which would get us into some unearthing of existing infrastructure there at that intersection, which could be a very costly endeavor. And then looking north of 13th Street on the block, there were obviously some concerns with the business conflicts there. with pedestrian traffic conflicting with that business, and how do we resolve that? And there's really not a really good solution for us. So we went back to the drawing board, did some really detailed cost estimates for both options, keeping in mind that this is at the conceptual level, so there's still some chances that the numbers could fluctuate plus or minus from this. And what we determined, or what we came up with, was on the west side, what we had in the concept report. That's about a $650,000 project. This is construction and engineering. Then to put it on the east side, that would increase the cost to about $950,000. And the red line there is the budget that is set up in the TIA legislation. So that's the constrained budget that we're trying to work with. So by putting it on the west side, we're able to stay within the TIA budget and get the project constructed. So again, I just mentioned this is just a rough project schedule. This is where we're at right now. If we, I guess, get authorization for us to continue to the next phases of the design process, we'll be moving very quickly to construction on this project. If we have to back up and redo a few things, this schedule could get delayed a little bit further. But this is just a real quick update on where we are now from the last meeting. And this should say Director Johnson. I'm sure he'd be okay if Director Beck got all the questions. But anyway, that's all I have. If there's any questions, be happy to answer.
Councilor Kogel.
So I had asked for the cost comparison on the east and the west side last time this very similar presentation came up, and I run this route fairly regularly, and am a heavy user of the Dragonfly Trail and a lot of the city streets that are used specifically in District 7. And so I have some serious reservations on the west side over the east side, aside from like putting the cost assessment aside, in that the flow of traffic for trail users, if we're looking at putting the trail on the east side versus the west side, that east side is really accessible to Mid-City Yards, the old previous fetch dog park. It's a straight line from there into the Liberty District. It's if you have ever run or cycled, if you have cycled on the sidewalk over there, or even if you have cycled, you're supposed to be on the road. So if you have been on the road on the west side, the amount of traffic that is coming in and out of those fast food restaurants is insanely dangerous, especially during morning hours. I can't tell you how many times that I have had to stop while it's dark outside and dodge a car that is pulling out of that drive without looking left and right. And then adding that into lunch and dinner hours, and then putting children and families on that trail, I think is really opening up our city for some serious issues down the road. And so I don't think that we need to make a decision right at this second in this point, but I do want to voice my big concerns over that. I realize that there's a semi-significant price comparison, but I would implore the city to do this right the first time and not have to zigzag traffic back and forth between the west and the east side on there when we're connecting trails in the future. If we're looking at becoming a walkable and a rideable and an accessible city, taking taking the plunge the first time is going to serve us better in the long run. And if we're putting the safety of our citizens first, I would implore any other citizen or anybody on council to go out and either ride your bike during a heavy traffic hour, or go for a run or go for a walk on that stretch. And that connectivity between Mid-City Yards and Highside Marketplace and Uptown is becoming more and more heavily used as time goes on. And if we're looking at the west side, that traffic coming in and out of that, the fast food restaurants, as well as some of the apartment complexes and some of the situations that are on that side of the street as far as crime goes, is not what we want to put our citizens up against. So I just want to bring that up to council and let you know where my thoughts are as a district councilor. I have some pretty strong feelings over east side over west side. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I'm not one to go over budget, but on in this situation, I recently did some remodeling on the inside of my house. And sometimes you have to put a little bit more money in the front end to save you a lot of money on the back end. So I too, I don't run, but I do ride a bike. And my husband and I, we ride our bikes along this corridor right here a lot. And if by putting it on the east side, it creates a situation where the bikers or the runners or the walkers, they have to cross the street twice. That is the most dangerous part of a bike ride or a run or anything like that, is crossing streets and watching for cars. And I just can't see that. That's another reason why I'd be willing to go over budget just a little bit on this one, because I think in the long run, our liability is going to be much more than what we're going over budget on this too, because we're sending pedestrians and bike riders into the line of traffic. And I just think at all costs, we should avoid those type of situations.
So because we're going to need a decision to move forward. And so the difference in cost is $300,000.
Yes, sir.
And so if we're prepared to appropriate $300,000 more to move it to the other side, then we're ready to move forward.
Councilor Cogle?
Has there been any cost consideration on taking the trail from 10 feet to 8 feet?
There are some sections to be able to fit it in without having to shift a lot of utilities. There will be a couple of places where we are narrowing down to 8 feet with the trail, but we're trying to keep it a consistent 10-foot width as much as we can so that it is, I guess, consistent.
So if you consistently kept it at 8 feet, what would the cost comparison be?
Oh, gracious.
Significant or not?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I couldn't say. It's not going to be a lot. It won't come close to the 300,000 for sure, but there would be some savings.
Well, if it's down to the safety of our citizens, I mean, I'll make a motion to go with the east side over the west side.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to,
Can I add?
Yeah.
But within that project, if at all possible, if it is, I mean, obviously, if it's going to be more budget friendly, and I would hope that you would consult with the Dragonfly Trail on whether or not a whole 8-foot trail would be appropriate, or just using the 10-foot trail, and where we need to bring it down to an 8-foot trail, then in order to mitigate some of those.
Becca, do you have any thoughts? I mean, Dragonfly is represented here. You want to?
Yeah, I mean, if Becca wants to come up, sure.
Hi, I'm Becca Zajac from the Dragonfly Trails. Just generally speaking, this trail, either side is not an easy home run. There are utility conflicts and safety concerns on both sides. And we have worked with the city going back and forth. From a cost standpoint, obviously, they have said that the west side is a better option. Dragonfly's approach to trail design is a little different. We really think about the trail users and, of course, cost as much as you can. We have some real concerns on the west side. Some of them have been mentioned, but there are several driveways that have high traffic, just users coming in and out, that would conflict with trail users. There are 2 properties there that have had some safety issues. We had a crime report pulled that we're happy to share with you. The west side also has some utility conflicts. We think there's some value engineering that could be done there, and we are not part of the design as deeply as Stantec has been. But we have had Path Foundation, who did our master plan and was adopted by the city. They have always suggested that it goes on the east side. It's a continuation of our existing trail. We did have them come back out in the last few months and also reevaluate. We've also walked it with Georgia Power Utilities and some other utility companies, and we feel like from a safety perspective, from a trail user perspective, from a connectivity perspective, and from a quality of life perspective, the east side would be what we vote in favor for. Obviously, cost is important, and you can see the numbers. I have not had the opportunity to dig into each of these and see if there's cost savings. I'm sure Stantec has, and maybe you could suggest, I don't know if there's any suggestions for value engineering, but some of the issues that were brought up, I think there's an opportunity to value engineer them at certain points, like taking the trail in certain sections from 10 feet to 8 feet.
Thank you. So there was a motion to go with the east side location. Is that correct?
With that
it was a second
additional $300,000.
It's 50% higher.
Yes.
So there's a second from Councilor Hickey. But I don't know where we're gonna get the money, but I tend to agree. I'd hate to see us put something out there and not have it really be fully functional, because it's a hazard for our citizens. I get that. So anyway, that's the motion. The second, is there any conversation around that motion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
So just for clarification, we'll reduce the amount that we have budgeted in T-SPOS discretionary for resurfacing and allocate to cover any overage on this project.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir, for coming. Appreciate you. With that, we'll move on. I've got 2 more updates, and we'll try and make them quick. I've got a pool update, Director Holly Browder, and then we're going to do an infrastructure update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager. Thank you so much for allowing me to come this afternoon. Hopefully I can give a really brief update, but to update everybody where we are with the aquatics division, in particular the pools for the summer. So with that, we're just gonna jump right in. This is currently what our outdoor pools have begun to look like, and we are excited to announce that the 3 outdoor pools, Rigdon, Shirley, and Salmon Road, will open May 28th of 2025. but this is just a glimpse of what one of those pools looks like. As you know from previous updates that I've provided, they're all going to be very similar. The weather would not cooperate, so we could take great pictures, so you'll see some of the pictures aren't as great as others, but on this particular day, we were able to get the sun to cooperate. So this gives you a quick overview. This is Rigdon Park as it exists today, with all the features, all the activities that kids will be able to do there in Rigdon Park. Shirley Winston Park, pretty much the same, lots of amenities, new cabanas, new pavilions, completely renovated, new pool. The old pool were completely removed and new features have been put back in, including new slides, an area that's going to be a very small lazy river. It's like a workout area. People can walk backwards against the current. Kids can play in it. But one of the biggest features that we've added back is in the zero depth entry, there's areas for smaller children to play. That was an area that we lacked in our previous pools. Yes, it was zero entry, but there weren't a lot of things for families to do that had maybe smaller children. If you come and you bring a elementary age child, but then you had a toddler, there wasn't a whole lot for them to do. So you can see now there will be plenty for them to do, as well as lots of shade that'll be available for the public. Here is Salmon Road. Again, they will look very much just like the other two pools as we get closer to opening in May. Splash pads, we also anticipate being able to bring online this summer two of the splash pads that were originally slated. One, when you walk out the door, you can already see the construction taking place outside of city services here. That work has already begun and it won't be long before they're complete. And then the same is true for Carver Park. And I show you these images because, again, these are the images that we were able to produce after going to the public and getting all the input from school students and other general public back about 6 months ago. And we were able to incorporate those into our design. Next, I want to talk about lifeguards. Obviously, this summer will be the first summer in a while that we've had to bring on as many lifeguards. We have struggled in the past, but I want you to know that staff is doing everything and the department is to get as many lifeguards. These are just some of the ways that staff have tried to recruit by going to job fairs, going to the school counselors, radio and television, as well as billboards to advertise for these upcoming positions. Also, one of the things that the staff brought on this summer that we might not have traditionally done in this way is that we have a new lifeguard certification process. A lot of times we have individuals who will come to us and they may not pass their lifeguard certification test. Well, rather than let them leave us, the staff have taken on to work with those individuals as long as they're willing to work with us and teach them the things that they need to know. So basically, they're retraining these individuals who come to us to be sure that they can pass the necessary requirements for the American Red Cross lifeguard certification. That's a step that we ordinarily have not done in the past. It's basically teaching people to swim or teaching people to do certain things that are required to basically work in a life-saving capacity. But that is something that staff are doing so that no one leaves us. Just because they don't pass the first time around doesn't mean that they leave us. And then the next part would be if they're not interested and don't want to go through that process to learn how to truly pass the certification, we are offering them other positions as available. So if they're interested but don't want to be a lifeguard, they can talk to staff about being a concessionaire or something else within the department. So we're really trying to capture as many people as we can. Currently, this is where we stand. I actually was talking to the staff a little earlier today. We actually have 21 lifeguards now for the indoor pool. We need 25. And then outdoor, we really need about 100 lifeguards. That works out to 25 lifeguards per pool. Last summer, we needed 50. You can see 25 for indoor, 25 for outdoor. We only had 37. So I want to forecast that, you know, we're hopeful, but know that it's a struggle. Part of what we've been told is they can go and work at a fast food place or other restaurants and make more money than sitting out in the sun or being outdoors. What we've found is kids aren't traditionally working like they did 20 years ago for whatever reason. Things are different. So we are struggling in that regard. We currently have 3 of the 4 pool managers that have been brought on, and we will have 1 of 8 assistant pool managers right now, and we're 3 of 16. So I just wanted to provide the numbers as where we are now. But we all know that kids really start to look for their summer jobs come spring break. From spring break to when they get out of school at the end of the year, kids are really starting now to look at applying for positions, and we are hopeful and we know that kids will start to apply more from now to then. I say that because also we have benchmarked lifeguarding wages. You can see what we provided in 2022, and that's when we came to council and we went up in our lifeguard fees from where we were at $9 to $14. And at that point, we were pretty much above everybody else at that point. You can see the numbers now, and we did all over. We did local, we did across the state of Georgia. We also went on to the Alabama side. And what we find is our biggest competitors, of course, are Phoenix City, Harris County, Auburn, Fort Benning, Great Wolf Lodge, and the Liberty Pool that belongs to FDR Park. Those are our biggest competitors. I can tell you in talking to the staff of the local agencies, everybody is struggling to get guards, everybody. But nobody has to hire as many as we do. Not locally. But for us, obviously, our next component would be that Liberty Bell is paying more than we are. Fort Benning pays more than we do. And there was one other, but they basically are paying what we pay or more. And the reason we were successful in 2022 coming out of COVID and able to get lifeguards is because we paid more than anybody else. But now, basically everyone has started to come to where we are. So I know that I have brought before council before the conversation about the potential for lifeguards, where that may leave us. Our fear is that if we don't get enough lifeguards, what will that leave us for summer? We have to have so many guards per the number of people that enter into a pool. That's just like childcare. You can only have so many people per life-saving individual. So that either means that we will have less people in the pools or have to rotate when our pools are open. Neither are options that the department is happy with or that we want to see. So we're hopeful that we could talk about or consider raising the rates for our indoor or our outdoor-indoor pools for lifeguards, concessionaires, and all the staff. This is the recommendation that we would make. And ask that lifeguards would go from 14 to 16, pool managers from 15 to 17, managers from 16 to 18, and concessionaires from 12 to 14. It's essentially $2, and it doesn't put us any more than Fort Benning is now, but it does put us more than we are at right now as far as Columbus goes. So what does that impact look like? Here's what the impact would look like. We have to figure it based on the 12 weeks that we're open, essentially for them to get the pools ready, operate the pools, and then close out the pools. And then, of course, indoors, we can't pay our outdoor guards a different amount than our indoor guards, or we would have no indoor guards. They would simply all just go outside. And then the same thing, the attrition is the same for each of the managers and the concessionaires. And this gives you an idea of what the additional budget impact would look like over and beyond what we are currently budgeted for the year. And so this is something that would have to be considered for us going into the pool season this summer. Although we are only open half of the year at this, or half of our budget season, it would need to be put into place before the summer starts. And with that, I have nothing else if there's any questions.
I would like to make a motion to approve this, and the reason why I've been pushing probably every Friday on iHeart 101.3 that we need lifeguards, and looking at the numbers, the needle isn't moving, but I have found out that I think Boys and Girls Club went up to $16. People are actively going up to $16, so we're not gonna be in competition because everybody around us right now has bumped up. And I'm saying as of like this week, last week, their rates have increased.
And they've had no choice because, like I said before, we did the same thing in 2022. We were able to leapfrog and we got everybody. And now everybody's doing the same thing to us because they recognize that there's going to be a deficit across the community. I had someone text me yesterday going, hey, do you have any extra lifeguards? Our facility needs lifeguards. And I'm sorry, we need 100 lifeguards.
Right. And I hate to say this, but it feels like a poaching of back and forth because we trained somebody and they went from us to YMCA. Now we were able to get them back. But if they're kids and they're just going based on based on where the money is. And, you know, they'll brag about a $900 check today, but if they can get a $1,000 check tomorrow, they're going to the next, and they're already trained. So that's the problem that we have. And I don't think people realize exactly what you said. If we don't have these lifeguards, our pools will not open. I mean, they're nice and pretty, and they will sit there because we only have 23 for outdoors. As of, we're in March now. The pool's open in 2 months and 2 weeks. And we need to make an action now to help. To approve the 177,000 increase, and it will bump the pay. It's not that we're gonna, if we're gonna get, I mean, we could just pray that we get 50 more lifeguards between now, and I know you have a schedule where you're going out to some of the schools.
We do. We've already been to some of the schools. We were at one of the schools on Friday we go during their lunch so we can really talk to them. Or if they have a job fair, we go to their job fairs. The school counselors are really good with us as far as we've reached out to all the school counselors, not just public schools, private schools. They are actively sharing our information and our flyers to the students. Career counselors are helping us. So we've tapped into everyone we can. And now it's just waiting on the students to respond.
Right. So I think a day in our fund balance, is it 600 and something, or 700? I'm up here looking at Pam Hodge, but what is it, 600 or 7? It's 6. So it's less than half a day. It's like a quarter if we pull it out of the fund balance. And it's not that we might not even get 50, but we need to be competitive so our pools can open. They've been closed. I mean, I know Shirley B, the last year it was open was 2017. 27, we're in 2025, right? If we're not competitive, we're gonna have a hard time, and I'll guarantee you, to our new counselors, you're gonna get phone calls, emails, texts, and messages on Facebook. So we really need to move these wages up to the $16, / all the other stuff that was up there.
So we have a motion and a second?
Yes, you second.
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm still on Councilor Crabb. I thought she was taking over. We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Sorry, Mayor.
Councilor, that is approved. It's all right, we'll just teach you how to use that button.
I had one, I'm sorry, I had one other thing.
Okay.
And I guess that's the reason why I'm up here really petitioning for this, because I want our pools to open so bad. But I appreciate you, Holly, Becky, and all the staff and the team. Starting May 31st, and we pray that we will have great weather, but what we want to do is block party kickoff and kind of like a summer kickoff for the reopening of our pools. It will be just like the block parties that we had last year where we went to the housing authorities, except it will be at the pool.
And staff, I believe staff have already started, staff have already planned for that.
They have, and I appreciate, that's why I'm telling Becky, thank you. I really appreciate you. But what we were doing is, I'm gonna say for like Shirley B, myself and Councilor Hickey will be on the team because ours bump up, and I'm gonna help Coggle and Huff on Rigdon Road. I'm gonna talk with you all, but I have somebody who has sponsored the food. They will do everything. We just show up and get the word out. And then also Councilor Allen for Solomon Road. So we have already somebody that has dedicated the money for the food. The sheriff is gonna make sure they come out and bring the big truck and do grill it on the site, and also the gaming trucks will be out there and all the other stuff. So just like we did at the housing authority. But I just want to say thank you. Sure. We need lifeguards.
We do.
So, Mayor, if that's it, the final update today is infrastructure. Director ran through it. Well, I guess Director Beck and Planning Director Will Johnson, all three will do this. And we have Director Vance Beck up first.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, and Council. We're going to give a short infrastructure update. Most of y'all have seen this slide, just showing the amount of investment that we're putting in the city. Tremendous amount. Our funding sources, the T-SPLOS to 2012, 2022, we have some discretionary funds we get in that. Then the SPLOS, the OLOST, we have the stormwater fund, the paving fund. We'll get different grants and programs through GDOT. And then we partner with Dragonfly Trail, Corda, Pickleball, and others for donations. And then the building authority bonds. So projects under construction, Williams, Forts, and Roundabout. Most of y'all, if you don't up in that area, we did make a traffic shift a week or so ago, and then we're making another shift in about 3 weeks to where you will be completely out of the middle, so that project will, it will go very quickly at that point. Mott's Green, that is in the final stages, hope to be finished. Weather got us a little bit, so it'll probably be next month on that one. 19th Street flood abatement, they have really hit the ground running on that one. If you've been up in that area, they've done a lot of clearing and grubbing and getting ready to start the pipe laying. Buena Vista Road, DDI, coming along. You know, there's a little difference in it in Bradley Park. Bradley Park, the bridge was already there. You didn't have to do any bridge widening. So it was mainly just changing some ramp configurations. But Buena Vista was complete, 2 new bridges built over an active interstate. That's why that one, you know, everybody thinks that it's taking a lot longer. Well, it was a completely different animal. Bradley Park, I do not have a slide on it, but those both, I think, are slated to be done in the fall of this year. Casita Road is coming along nicely. The new Far Road is open. We have gotten a lot of complaints of the lighting on that and how dark, and we are working with Georgia Power to get that new stretch of Far Road with lighting on it. Veterans Parkway is coming along great. Another one that the state's doing to a job. And Spiderweb, April 7th is the projected shutdown date. I will be getting a press release out. The contractor took it upon themselves the other day to try to give everybody a month's notice. But that one, by closing it down, that'll take a year off of construction. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Will Johnson, Director of Planning, for some more comments.
All right, now we'll go into some projects where we've got bids received and awaiting award. Infantry Road, Follow Me Trail. Bids were received August 7th. We're waiting on a new supplemental agreement from GDOT, and then construction can get started. Tia Band 1 project, Steam Mill Road. This runs from Buena Vista all the way to the dog leg at the end of Steam Mill. Design completion should be sometime this month. It is an FY22 T-SPLOS project. Right-of-way acquisition ads are running now. They have to run for 4 straight weeks in a print edition of the newspaper, so they should be in your Sunday papers for the rest of this month. Do you want to add anything to that? Okay. Whitesville Road, this road widening starts at the J.R. Allen Bridge right there by Synovus, runs all the way to Williams Road. Design will go from 2 lanes to 3 with intersection improvements or roundabouts with a sidewalk and a multi-use trail. The letting is spring 2027. The public open house was held on February 4th, 2025, at St. Mark Church. We had a really good turnout. South Lumpkin Road, this is stretching from Victory and going down to the roundabout where the new infantry road will be. Estimated cost is $9.5 million for a three lane and almost 12 for a 5-lane. We have the open house set for March 27th, 2025 at Key Elementary, and the consultant will have both the 3-lane segment and the 5-lane segment there for comment. Other Band 1 projects, 5th Avenue, we covered that earlier. The roundabout at 13th Avenue, 17th Street in Linwood. Estimated completion is December 2025. Open house was January 15th, 2025. And the estimated cost is $6.5 million. Other Band 1 projects, Andrew Road improvements, GDOT administered. Those are under design. As well as Brennan, same thing. They are looking to have a combined open house late April, between late April and June 2025. University Avenue Road Diet, also GDOT administered. They're developing their concept report. Manchester Expressway Central Church Road, down in Harris County where you're coming into Ellerslie. They're doing final plan package under review. Riverwalk repaving and maintenance. Engineering department is working on a bid package. Buena Vista Road corridor improvements, another GDOT project. They expect to draft concept report late this month. Liberty Theater block enhancement. This is a streetscape project on 8th Avenue. We are ready to start kicking that off because I think we're getting close to the end of rehab on the roof and the HVAC on the Liberty Theater. TIA Band 2 projects, Marsh Road, we will administer that. It runs from Buena Vista to Forest. Forest widening runs from Macon Road to the railroad tracks. That is also a project we're doing. J.R. Allen at Schaumburg Road, Blackman Road, that is GDOT administered. They do have their consultant on board and they're planning to let that project in September of 28. Second Avenue improvements, this is also GDOT. It is under design. They are letting April 2028. And Columbus Airport improvements, Amber's been here and giving y'all an update. Only $2.5 million of TIA funds will now go towards the runway, so she has found a considerable amount of federal money. Band 3 projects, Manchester Expressway. This is the County Line Road, Mahaffey Road interchange. There with the bridge over Manchester, that will be GDOT administered. Williams Road widening, that will also be GDOT administered. That's Veterans to 185. Cedar Road widening, Brown Avenue to the roundabout. That is GDOT administered. The city will take on the Double Churches Road improvements from Veterans to River. Bull Creek Dragonfly Trail Connector. The Waterworks is working on sewer and trail rights right now. And then Metra's $25 million in 2012 and the $25 million in 2022 are used for just multi-band projects. The latest coming on board will be the Multimodal Center. And I will turn it back over to Vance.
Thank you. So additional projects that we've got.
Before you go there may be some questions on the previous slides. I'm on Councilor Tucker.
Yes, it was the one for the spider web. You mentioned doing a press release, and I wonder if it was gonna show the alternate routes on the press release. I was coming home yesterday, and everybody's outside doing stuff, and they asked me about this April 7th date, and that's all they see, and they didn't know anything else.
The map will be attached with the press release.
So just making sure that we can, communicate that information.
Well, the school bus people read it March the 7th and called me on March the 6th in a panic, wondering how they were getting to school the next day. I said, you got a month. So.
Right, and somebody posted the map yesterday, and it started some conversation?
we will, the map will accompany the press release.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to go back to the couple in District 6, we're talking about Blackman Road and Schaumburg. It looks like time frame is roughly 28. So that's Tier 2, and then I'm looking at Band 3, which would incorporate Mahaffey Road, County Line Road. Are we looking at beyond 28 for those in Tier 3?
Yeah, I mean, this is when we're anticipating them to start. They've already started design on these because they have to deal with federal highway.
Right. I've seen them out there doing some surveying and all that. I was just wondering a rough timeline of when, because I'm getting asked, and I've been telling them 27, so this is talking about 28 for Schaumburg. So I'm thinking the Manchester Expressway may be pushed out beyond 28. Am I seeing that correctly?
Well, Manchester Expressway is a Band 3, so it's supposed to start in 2029.
Okay.
If I had to guess, because again, they're dealing with federal highway, they will get started here pretty soon on looking at that. They're pretty much taking all of the projects that are going to deal with federal highway, like Manchester, J.R. Allen, Williams Road.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
And that's all for right now, Will.
8th Street's resurfacing, that's something we had been working on a while. I think that's going to let the contract now in July. Then the 8th Street improvements down from front to Veterans Parkway, we've got a set of plans. We're going to have a public involvement open house on that, and there's a slide here later on the Broadway improvements, the storm sewer improvements. So we will go down and meet on both of those projects. College Drive rehab, went wall replacement. Those are jobs that we're going to be able to utilize on call contractors. The North Star Drive, Kennedy Street roundabout, the plan should be done in June. Then I will graciously be coming to try to find funding to build that project. The Front Avenue, 10th to 11th Street, that is already under construction. They haven't broke ground. They're waiting on some utility locates and that type thing. Then the street rehab of Broadway, what I was talking about earlier, we'll meet with that group. Military Drive, that's the other road connecting the roundabout down there by Oxmow. They're getting ready to do the preliminary field plan review. Gateway signage, we have received a couple more mock-ups that we're going through, and hope to be bringing y'all a few options to look at so we can move forward on that. Railroad crossing at 9th Street Veterans, that's one y'all voted on a while back to partner with the GDOT and the railroad to fix that crossing. Oglethorpe Bridge, that's a 28 let right now. Miller Manchester, that's what's shown there. They're through with the deck and the barrier rail on the new, I guess that'd be westbound bridge. So they get ready to shift and keep working there. And then the Bradley Park that I spoke about earlier should be done late summer, early fall. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Pruitt, Inspections and Codes.
Just a second,
the remaining slides.
Councilor Crabb.
I had a quick question. Did we keep the letters for Fort Benning on the, I just saw the.
Yeah, they had to cut them when they took them down, so I don't think they're going to be usable.
Bummer, okay.
I think Pam wants to.
Oh.
So I have been in coordination with Cameron Bean, the Gateway Foundation, and we are looking at reusing those letters. We do have them, so we're working with the vendor that produced them to see if we can reattach some type of an attachment so we can put them up on the bridge. So we are working through that, and I will hopefully have an update in the next couple of weeks.
That'd be kind of neat.
Velcro. They may be in another election in 4 or 5 years.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to give an update on all of our building projects. Director Browder already covered the pools, so I did not include that one in here. So we'll start with the Judicial Center. If you haven't been down 10th Street lately, there is now a 4-story building there next to the Springer Opera House. So the main activity remains cast in place concrete. So we do about a slab pour a week, and they've broken the slab, each floor, into 3. So about every 3 weeks, we will add a floor. So like I said, right now we're working on the 4th floor. There's 8 stories and a roof deck, so you can kind of do the math. Should be sometime this summer when we top out and finish the structure. The other activity getting ready to start is interior and exterior framing. We'll start in the basement and 1st floor, so you'll start to see some of the studs and sheathing going on in preparation for masonry to start on the outside, as well as interior walls being built on the inside, and the project is still on track to be completed in 2026. So just some progress photos here. So this was before we placed the west side of the 3rd floor, but you can see the formwork up for those various slab pours. Here's just a close-up shot of what that actually looked like when you're on the deck. So you're standing in the middle of the 3rd floor looking west towards the River Center. You can see the formwork, all the rebar. It's a post-tension slab, which means they put cables in those beams, and then once the concrete's poured, they put tension on those cables. This is just a view of the tables, the formwork that they build on each floor. So this is what's underneath the concrete, supporting it up as they place it and finish it. And then once the concrete reaches a certain strength, they strip that formwork and move it over to the next pour and keep going. So this is a shot from the plaza. On the existing wings, we are removing those, we call them the tulip columns, the white columns on the exterior of those. So you can see those columns did contain some hazardous material, so that's what the big tents go up for, to take care of all that. So that's what that scaffold with the plastic around it is. This is a shot of the west wing. You can see all the columns are down. Certainly changes the architectural appearance of the buildings. The next step here will be to cut holes in the exterior for new windows. So there's a bunch of new windows that get added to these buildings. And again, the wings are primarily used as office space once the final project's complete. And this is inside the east wing. Pretty much completed all the interior demolition. So it's completely gutted. The only thing that's left is really the concrete. So if anybody was ever in the wings before, it certainly looks different today than it did just a few months ago. So Synovus Park, again, first baseball game's April 15th, a little over a month away. So we're really finishing up down there, doing some final clean, doing some punch list activities. The field designer and field subcontractor, Brassfield and Gorey, and us were out yesterday doing a punch list on the field, the playing surface. And again, everything remains on track for opening day. So they did get some recent drone shots. You can see it really coming together well. They've pretty much completed most of the site paving. They're finishing up the landscaping and putting down sod on the exterior areas. Again, the playing field is substantially complete. All the irrigation, all that stuff is in. Here's a view from behind home plate. You can see the video board in left center field, the batter's eye in dead center. Over to the right, that's the clubhouse building. Here's a view from behind. So you have the site paving. This is actually the fire access road that we had to put in to ensure that the fire department had appropriate access to all sides of the stadium. So it looks like a fancy path, but it actually serves a purpose. And then it ties in to that parking lot underneath the bridge. This is actually behind home plate is where the kids zone will be. So that's that fenced-in grassed area. The team plans to have some inflatables and activities for kids during games. Here's the inside shot of the batting cage. So it's a 3-lane batting cage. Here's a shot of, this is actually the visitors' locker room, I believe. So again, you can see the finishes and the lockers that have been installed. Fire Station 5, we recently started this one. If you've been out on Lynch Road, next to Pratt & Whitney, we have started this. They've done, pretty much cleared the site, did all the erosion control. They're working on the detention pond and some of the site grading. So here pretty soon we'll have the building pad ready, and then we'll start on the foundations and the concrete slab for that. Again, anticipated early next year to get that 100% complete. Just a few other projects. City Hall Phase 2, those renovations have started. Currently estimated to be completed in August of 2025 of this year. So again, at that time, the mayor, city manager, clerk of council, city attorney, they get a move again. I know they just did it a couple years ago, but they get a move second time. And then following that move, all of us at the annex will move over to City Hall. Fire stations 4 and 8, design activities have started. We're reviewing some preliminary pricing and budgets now to see how we fit within the SPLOST budgets. Construction on, I believe we're going to do 8 first, will start after the completion of Fire Station 5. And then the Fire and EMS Administration Building. So we did put that out to bid. We issued a notice to proceed to the contractor, get started. Estimated completion for that is October of 2025. We've been working with the fire department on that cost. I know Chief Horde is here from the fire department. Appreciate all their assistance throughout the process. So that is moving forward. We do anticipate, as part of the budget process, there'll be some additional requests, such as furniture and some other equipment that they have identified as needs, and that'll come forward through the budget process this year. And then the last one was Oxbow Creek Clubhouse, another SPLOST project. So we are currently under design. We've met several times with Jim with the Golf Authority and some of his members. The next step, the architect's going to present the proposed design or renovations for that clubhouse to the Golf Authority, get their buy-in, and then we can give a more detailed update to council as well. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
No questions?
Thank you to each of you. Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, your agenda. Get your light. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 1 and 2 on the clerk's agenda are upcoming board appointments for the Employees Benefits Committee and the Housing Authority of Columbus. These appointments will be listed on March 25th. Item 3 is a resolution for the renaming of the Public Safety Building.
Second. Motion second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Item 4 is a resolution.
Motion and a second on item 4. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? You might want to mention what those are because they're pretty significant.
Excuse me, item 3 was the renaming of the Public Safety Building in honor of the late Mayor Jim Wetherington. And item 4 is the resolution for the renaming of the future Judicial Center in honor of the late Judge John Allen.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir. Item 5 is a resolution for an honorary street designation on Longwood Lane.
All right, there's a motion and a second for a resolution for an honorary street designation. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
And this is to honor Angie Tansey. Item 6 is a resolution. This was to excuse Councilor Thomas, but I don't believe we need that now, do we, Mr. City Attorney?
The resolution. Councilor Thomas' resignation is effective today.
Effective today.
So you don't need the
So I can
excuse.
withdraw that, correct? The resolution?
No, I mean to excuse her.
To excuse her absence. Okay.
Okay.
Item 7 is a letter from the Medical Center Hospital Authority. We need confirmation of James Allen McMullen. Second?
Second.
Motion second for Mr. McMullen for confirmation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
Item 8 are minutes of various boards. They can be received.
Oh,
Did we make the corrections from last week? On the
For the
Parks and Recs
Medical
Board?
Center?
On the Parks and Recs Board minutes.
Yes, sir. I spoke with the secretary of that board, and he has submitted the correction for those minutes. We're just trying to organize all the minutes that we've received from all the boards. But yes, sir, it has been corrected.
all right. Well, is there a motion to receive them?
Councilor Davis made a motion. We just need a second.
All right, so there's a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? They're approved.
Items 9A and B are the mayor's appointments for the Building Authority and Community Development Advisory Council. Next are council appointments that are ready for confirmation. We have the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Building Authority of Columbus.
Is that for just zoning appeals or for both of those? All right, there's a motion and a second to confirm Mr. Roberts and Mr. Martindale. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're confirmed.
For the Board of Zoning Appeals, Councilor Crabb made a nomination of Ernie Smallman, and Councilor Huff nominated Jerome Lanky. We also need to do a vote tabulation for this one. Mayor Pro Tem Allen. Board of Zoning Appeals.
Lakey.
Yes. Chambers. Kogel. Crabb. Davis. Garrett. Hickey. Huff. Tucker. All right, Mr. Smallman can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Smallman. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Bruce, would your nominee be interested in, there was another one here, Planning Advisory Commission needs? So I'm just FYI.
I've got it. Okay. For 12A, this is the Civic Center Advisory Board, where the representatives for District 1 and 3, they are interested in serving another term. Civic Center Advisory Board. They can be confirmed.
All right, motion second to confirm Mr. Huff, Mr. Blue. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
Next are council's appointments, and nominations would be listed for confirmation at the March 25th meeting. 13A is for Circle. We are still trying to make contact with this member to see if she is interested in serving another term. 13B is the Crime Prevention Board, where we need a nominee for the Senatorial District 15 seat, and Mayor Pro Tem Allen is nominating Richard Kelly for the at-large seat. And this nomination will be listed at the next meeting. Item 13C is the Planning Advisory Commission, where we would need 3 nominees to succeed the members whose terms are expiring at the end of the month, and Councilor Huff has submitted a nominee. 13D is the Uptown Facade Board. We are working with the Planning Department on these seats for the Uptown Business Improvement District. Item 13E is the Valley Partnership Joint Development Authority, and Councilor Crabb is nominating Ben Moser to fill the unexpired term, and it will be listed at the next meeting. And that's all we have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, we have had a request to go into executive session, but we've got a few folks who have waited for the extra 3 minutes. And first is Ms. Palmore. Ms. Palmore, you'll have 3 additional minutes. Thank you for waiting. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have been informed that the administrative lawyer that was appointed, I wanted to find out if an administrative lawyer is appointed by the city.
Our city attorney says no.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how I can forward with the administrative attorney that has been appointed for the situation at 2829 10th Street, but I'm going to make an effort to approach the administrative lawyer so that I can find out the manner I can present the information to the heirs as a group. I have in the past tried using the public safety room, community room, and my understanding, according to Mr. Pruitt, that the August demolition is in the mind or on plan for the code and inspections, but if he's still here, if he's not still here, I'm still going to try to contact him before I leave. One thing I wanted the council to know is that I have been contacted verbally through telephone. I have been contacted by persons expressing an interest in the property, and my only response can be at this time, I want to see the property sold. So therefore, I asked them to put it in writing so that I can present it to the administrative attorney that has been hired by the Robert and Marion Hosted estate, so that he could tell me on paper that the property cannot be sold by one heir. And I believe that selling of the property due to the condition of the property by a developer will be a positive result for the city of Columbus, especially the Winton Midtown area. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. And yeah, I think, it hasn't come back to council yet from Director Pruitt, so I think I'd just watch out for the communication that you receive from his office. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
All right. See you and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Palmore. Ms. Burns?
Thank you, everybody. I just want to finish up my little bit that was left over. My concern and worry and stress is that regarding finances. I know numbers have been thrown around, 2 million, 25 million, 45 million. I just want peace of mind to know what the numbers actually are, because it's chaotic when you don't know what the number is. And it is our money. It's business people's money, and it's the citizens' money. So I really hope it's not 45, because that'd be horrible, because it is chaos. I pray that we are being our best, we're putting our best foot forward, and we do our best, we do our job, just like I do my job. And by doing that, we will have the best city. And to me, our goal, because I see the saying, Columbus is amazing, and I truly hope we are making Columbus amazing, because I've chosen this city. I like this city. I love the people. And my last only question is, since the city has so much money, are my taxes going up? Is millage going up since we have so much money? So I'll be back. And I pray for you. I pray for myself. I pray for my fellow citizens. God bless America.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. And next is Pastor Flakes. Pastor, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you those who have remained here today. I just wanted to finish up, and I'm so excited. I think I was talking about the momentum that we're seeing in our city. But in light of all the facts regarding our city, we still have some people, not all, who want to cast a dark cloud over our city and perpetuate division. They want to perpetuate a false narrative and constantly attack the city manager and his team. We are here to say, those who are still here and those who were here before, enough is enough, and we will not stand by and be silent. It appears some city council members still rather believe the internal city auditor rather than the external auditors who were brought in, and they concluded and they rendered an unmodified audit, and you know them, Molden and Jenkins, and we are really puzzled because the fact is this city council has not called the internal auditor to appear before this council and hold her accountable for the inaccurate reporting of $45.1 million missing. The facts are the facts. This city manager leadership, the executive team, and the staff has done a stellar job in helping to manage this city, even in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of staffing shortages and retention issues with staff due to the pandemic. We've heard that. So our recommendation is this. Instead of some people dividing, tearing down our city, damaging the brand, and slandering the city manager's name and image, the executive team, the staff, and the city workers, this council and residents of Columbus should commend the city manager, the executive team, staff, and city workers for their devotion, their dedication, and loyalty, and stellar management of this city and government. That is our recommendation, and we pray that it will not fall on deaf ears. As I said before, we understand there are some who are not like us. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, we have, Councilor Hickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in an effort to move forward with District 9 council seat and to make sure that the people are represented, I'd like to make a nomination that John Anker fill that seat.
Probably a little early just yet to fill that seat because there's a number of discussions that'll probably be taking place. One is, just as with you, historically we have, council has talked about the individual and made sure that they're making a commitment that they're not going to use that interim incumbent label to run for an office on council. And I don't know that anybody's had a chance to offer that up to Mr. Anker. And I think, no, sir, it's not a public agenda at this point. Sorry. So my recommendation and what I would ask council to do is to wait. There are other folks too. You just don't know who might be interested in helping out. Some of them could have been former public servants that have a lot of knowledge about the community. I don't have anybody. I don't get to nominate anybody, but I just think the wise thing would be to be prudent and pace ourselves going forward. We've got 2 weeks before the next meeting, and I think that would be fine. So I would ask you, sir, it's, if you make a motion, we will honor it, but I would ask you to just wait until the next week, give everybody a time to digest what has just occurred here today.
No, I'd like to move forward with my motion.
I make a second based on the fact that John Anker has run citywide in 2 races as mayor.
Well, and that's a good point.
As mayor and as a citywide council seat, and he has received many votes from citywide races, and he seems like an obvious choice since it was just, how many months ago? Since when he ran against you and came.
Well, running, and I'll say two things, and I have nothing against Mr. Anchor. He have had many conversations, and even though one of those races was against me, and you bring up a very good point, frankly, and that is that Mr. Anchor has run 2 at-large seats, and in both of those instances, 2 out of 3 people that voted at that particular time selected somebody else. And so for this council, I think, to put somebody in a position with an appointment that has had 2 opportunities to be elected, and I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, but I think it needs to be discussed, and you all need to be fully aware, because that's, to me, that's a key point. You've got people in the community, the majority of the people in the community, that didn't vote for an individual, and then this council is going to appoint them. So we're completely,
They had an option to vote.
We're completely circumventing the electoral system, in my opinion. And I just think that it would be a shame if this group were to go ahead and react right now without fully vetting not just Mr. Anchor, but anybody else willing to serve as well.
Out of respect for duty, it's typical that we wait till the next meeting to do something.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
We
we have a first and a
motion
second and a call for the vote. So we have a first and a second. Can we call for the vote?
Well, unless the city attorney says that we can give this, because typically we have, we check with the incumbent and ask them who they would like to recommend as well.
She would have put that in a letter.
Well, she didn't.
Okay, so.
Mr.
No rule on it, it's your discretion,
She put in a letter down here.
councilors.
Well,
and it reads.
She didn't put it in the letter.
She said that I know you will do your due diligence as you select my replacement to serve on council for the next 14 months.
Well,
she said that in the last paragraph.
And you think an hour later is due diligence? That's due diligence.
I
When you've got somebody that there may be willing to serve that has a different resume, at least look at those resumes so that you make. No, I'm talking to you, sir, and I'm just telling you that is my recommendation.
Okay.
That you allow this process to work itself out. We've got other folks who have their lights on, and we're gonna hear from them all. Next up, I think, is Councilor Huff.
Yes, sir. Speaking of, we hadn't had a chance to see who else was interested, along with Mr. John Anchor. And the rest of that letter says there are a number of qualified citizens you can recruit to serve in my place. I know that God has the right person to fill the post. For that, I will pray. So it would be good, I guess, just to give it the 2 weeks to see who else is interested, because you haven't given anybody in the public that just found out to even submit a name or any discussion with council. So my recommendation would be to take in Mr. John Anchor's name and give it 2 weeks to see who else is interested, and then we'll be ready to try to move ahead in 2 weeks.
All right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, the typical thing out of respect for Councilor Thomas would be for us to wait till the next meeting and do our due diligence, as the mayor said. But since the name has been thrown out, the best person to help council move forward in this short interim time is either former Councilor John House or former Councilor Tyson Begley. We don't know that John's going to move back or not. I've talked with the Infantry Museum, and he's going to be volunteering there, so he's going to be here in Columbus. But
well, ma'am, you need to identify
when your
that you want to
microphone's
speak.
on, you can talk, okay?
All right.
Now, my point is, the best people to help council move forward is a former councilor. That's my point. John may move back. He may be an option, but in any regard, Tyson Begley is the best person to put in the seat. But since the name's been thrown out, I don't know if Tyson's available, and we can vet that out over the next 2 weeks. And I don't know if Councilor House is available. We can vet that out over the next few weeks. So It's just out of respect for Judy, I would say the decorum, the protocol is to wait till the next meeting to nominate somebody.
All right, Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, I just want to add, you know, we just found out about the resignation of Ms. Judy Thomas, and I just think that we need to not rush the process. I think we need to vet the process and have an open process, because not saying that Mr. Anchor is not qualified, but again, there may be other candidates or other individuals that we probably need to look at as well. So let's just vet the process and be comfortable about the decision that we make. I don't think we need to make any hasty decisions on today. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Thanks, Mayor. I understand the desire to delay, but I guess the vote will determine that. If you have 6 votes to determine it, which is the process, then it moves forward. Look, let's not kid ourselves. I think a lot of us have been deliberating over this for quite a while. We've understood the circumstances for over 4 months, almost 4 months, and some of us may not be able to participate in future votes that potentially might come up, which is just going to continue the time warp, and we need to get that position filled. And so look, the process is the process, and if the council, if a majority of the council determines to move forward, then so be it. You've got a motion on the table. I think, like I said, I think a lot of us have thought about this for a long time. And, you know, like I said earlier, it was unfortunate that we've got to this point, but I think in our hearts we knew it was going to happen, and many of us have already talked about this and deliberated on it, and I do agree with my fellow colleagues about a race that was just an at-large race that was just won, and a lot of citizens participated in that runoff. The vote prior and the runoff. We've already kind of been through this before, and we know the time warp we got stuck in and the challenges that came from that. So, I think if there's enough councilors that determine to move forward with the motions on the table,
I guess what confuses me.
Then
finish your thought.
we will have the ability to keep these meetings going in a timely manner.
I don't see that it's going to disrupt any of the meetings, and I'll tell you what is a little bit concerning to me is that what is concerning to me, just a moment, what is concerning to me is that this council is going to tell the voting public that we know better than you do. I mean, that's where we are now with this. So is that left to the discretion of the mayor as to whether or not we're going to hear that vote?
Oh, they can still appoint, Mayor.
What?
The council can still take a vote today or in 2 weeks, so.
That was my question.
Yeah.
If the mayor thinks that this is out of order because of how quickly it transpired without fully vetting who else might be available, is that it?
It's not a legal requirement to hold off for 2 weeks. Traditionally, it has been
I know
done.
that. I'm asking for your opinion on where we are, and I'm having trouble getting it, so.
No, there's no rule in the charter that says you have to wait or not wait.
Well, I would. We have, no, sir, there's no public hearing. Councilor Huff?
Whatever the rush is, I don't know. It seems to be an agenda on the table since you want to push it through so fast. So after this, I guess I'll just wait to see what happens. But this is not customary to rush. Even if Mr. Anchor was to be confirmed in 2 weeks, it's still not the way they do business. But anyway, to changing the way we do business, it seems like you all have an agenda, so I rest.
All right, Councilor Hickey?
Mr. Mayor, once again, we have a first and second. Can I call for the vote, please?
You can't, but I will. All right, so we do have a first motion and a second to allow Mr. Anchor, if Mr. Anchor chooses to accept that. And I'd be a little surprised if he would, frankly, but we will call the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No. The public.
All right, no, public doesn't get to hear, doesn't get to speak. That's the way our system is put together. So we have everybody who's in favor, raise your right hand.
In favor?
In favor.
In favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3.
All right. Well, he has been appointed. All right, we will go. We will.
Voting public should be able to make this decision.
Mark.
It's absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you cannot use the political process.
All right, well, we have had a request to go into executive session for
Acquisition of real estate and litigation.
acquisition of real estate and litigation. I need a motion. Need a motion to go into executive session? There's a motion and a second to go into executive session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session.
Session, we discussed litigation and real estate acquisition, and I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll call up 2 resolutions. The first one is to settle all claims of Kenya Barron for an accident that occurred on March 27, 2023 for $50,000.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay.
Okay, that passed. Second resolution is to settle all claims of Janie Murray stemming from an accident on September 7, 2022 for $100,000. Ready for a vote.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Anything else?
That's
Mr.
all we
Attorney?
have, Mayor
All we
Pro
got.
Tem.
Do I hear a
Thank you.
motion to adjourn? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. It's customary that once we vote someone in to finish out someone's term, we give them an opportunity to come up and speak. So Mr. Anchors is still here, so I just want to know if it would be okay if he got the time that he want to come up and say a few words to the council.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor to let Mr. Anchor speak? Say aye.
Aye.
Say aye.
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 Okay, all in, Mr. Anchor? And if you'll hit that button. It is now, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council, for your confidence. Byron Hickey for the courageousness and Charmaine in making a motion. I did not see this coming. I tell people, and to Chuck and the people in the city listening, my friend stood up here and read Judy's letter, and it was shocking and my heart sank. I admire her greatly. I think it's kind of odd how I had a hard time talking to Judy. Maybe she didn't want to talk to me for different reasons, but I texted her and called her, and we would talk over Facebook sometimes but the most miraculous thing is the way she has gone out, she will be a legend for all of us. I don't know what she's going to say about all this, but I can tell you that I want to serve with all of you, and that includes you, 3 votes and 6 votes, all of us for our city. We can still do good for our city, even with me if you disagree. And I'm as shocked as anything, so I look forward to getting started with us together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further business come before the council? Councilor Crabb.
With Judy's resignation, we need a parliamentarian and we need a budget chair. And I think that it was important that, Judy was retired and she could dedicate a lot of time to the budget in the position of a budget chair. So I would like to nominate Toya to be our budget chair, if you guys are okay with that. Or do we nominate him, or do we just appoint him? How do we handle that?
It's typically a vote of council.
So you making a motion?
I did make that motion.
Got a second?
Unless you guys want to wait. I mean, this can be discussed. Pardon? Okay.
We won't have everybody back in the room next week. Certain people are not gonna be here, not next week, but the next council meeting. I don't care, I don't have to do it, I know.
I mean, it doesn't have to be done right away, but I just would like us all to consider that. I mean, the only people that are, retired or do not have a full-time job would be Gary and Toya. And so, I mean,
Councilor Davis doesn't have a full-time job.
Yes, he does.
and so, I mean, if you want to wait, I'll rescind my motion. I would like everybody to consider that. So,
Okay.
that's it.
Councilor Davis.
Well, and look, I thought, I was going to make a recommendation that the Mayor Pro Tem go ahead and move in that seat. That's what he does. And he's been around quite a while and gone through a lot of budget processes, and he spends a lot of time in the meetings where they're talking about a lot of these things and understands how it works. And I'll leave it up to you guys. I mean, I'm not going to be able to vote next week, but certainly I don't, I think the person that sits there has an equal vote like the rest of us and will guide the process. And I just felt like the mayor, it's just.
I'd like to second that, so his name's for consideration, because you and I talked about that.
I mean, I agree with those.
Well,
those two make the most obvious choice, in my opinion.
If it's any consolation, just so you'll know, so you can be thinking about it over the next couple of weeks, in the mid-90s, I served as budget chair. But my job wouldn't allow me to finish that out, so I had to step down, and then Councilor Rogers stepped in and took it over for, 10 or 12 years after that. And then Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Pugh took it over after that until she retired, and then Judy took it. So that's kind of where we are. But,
And in full disclosure, I actually approached the Mayor Pro Tem in the hallway and talked to him about this very subject, so I'm not.
He shocked me.
If y'all feel my vibe here a little bit.
Yeah.
That's fine, if there's a history of the Mayor Pro Tem being the budget chair, I didn't experience that. Since I've been on council, it's been Judy. So if that's, the tradition, I'm fine with that. I think either one of you two would have the time to dedicate to it and would do a good job. So I'd be happy with either one of them.
And I'd like to nominate Councilman Tucker as co-chair, vice chair, with you.
That's, you want to think about it in the next 2 weeks, and then we can, okay, all right.
Yeah, we'll withdraw the motions.
Okay, motion's withdrawn. Anything else come before the council? Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Motion, we're adjourned.